Hello. Ladies and gentlemen, you're all requested to please start settling down so that we can start off with the proceedings in a while. You're all please requested to please start to settle down, please. All those guests who are outside, they're also requested to please come and join inside.
Good morning, esteemed guests. Kindly make yourselves comfortable as the chief guest is arriving. I would request everyone to please make yourselves comfortable. Esteemed guests, please settle down so that we may proceed. May I now request everyone to please rise in respect of the national anthem. Esteemed guests, please take your seats so that we may proceed further.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم قل أعوذ برب الفلق من شر ما خلق ومن شر غاسق إذا وقب ومن شر النفاثات في العقد ومن شر حاسد إذا حسد.
Honorable Advisor to the Prime Minister on Commerce and Investment, Honorable Special Assistant to the Prime Minister on CPEC Affairs, respected Minister of State and Chairman Board of Investment, respected Secretary Board of Investment, respected Chief Secretary Government of Sindh, respected Consul General of China, Excellencies and dignitaries, distinguished delegates from industry and academia, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamu alaikum, ni hao, and good morning. I am Bushra Abbas, and on behalf of the Federal Board of Investment, I extend a very warm welcome to you all to the Sindh edition of CPEC Industrial Cooperation Business to Business Investment Conference. Ladies and gentlemen, with an all-inclusive approach, Board of Investment initiated a series of country-wide conferences early this year in order to rejuvenate the process of CPEC Industrial Cooperation. After the overwhelming response received to the KB and Punjab chapter of this conference, and with the same zeal, Board of Investment in collaboration with the Government of Sindh has set the stage today for fostering B2B joint ventures between Pakistani and Chinese companies, meaningful business interactions, investment promotion in Sindh, specifically in special economic zones, and to promote ready-to-launch public sector projects. Distinguished guests, the event is being covered through social media. You're therefore requested to tweet from your personal accounts using the hashtag #InvestInPak. Also, your suggestion is important to us. A feedback form is attached with your seat. You're free to provide us your suggestions. Ladies and gentlemen, to begin with our inaugural session, I would first like to invite the Honorable Minister of State and Chairman Board of Investment, Mr. Mohammad Asfar Ehsan. Mr. Asfar is a global influencer, business connector, change activist, philanthropist, and an entrepreneur. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Asfar Ehsan to deliver his welcome address.
Thank you. Federal Minister for Commerce and Advisor to Investment, Mr. Abdul Razak Daud, Special Assistant to Prime Minister on CPEC Affairs, and my friend Khalid Mansoor, Federal Secretary, Board of Investment, Ms. Farina Mazhar, Chief Secretary, Sindh, and my very dear friend, Mumtaz Ali Shah, Additional Secretary, Board of Investment, Mr. Khashiur Rahman, Honorable Chinese Consul General, dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and ni hao. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all on behalf of the Federal Board of Investment, Government of Pakistan, to the Sindh edition of CPEC Industrial Cooperation B2B Investment Conference, which is third in the series of country-wide conferences initiated by Board of Investment last year to promote China-Pakistan business-to-business matchmaking and provincial special economic zones. Today's conference has a special significance as it is being held in Karachi, the metropolitan city and the financial capital of Pakistan. After the overwhelming response received to the KPK and Punjab chapters of this conference, the Federal Board of Investment has set the stage today in collaboration with the Government of Sindh to bridge the gap between the public and private sectors for meaningful partnerships. Ladies and gentlemen, I extend my deepest gratitude to the Honorable Advisor to the Prime Minister on Commerce and Investment, Mr. Abdul Razak Daud, for his presence to grace today's significant event. I'm thankful to the Government of Sindh for extending all-out support to make this event a resounding success. I am also thankful to all the respected guests and dignitaries present here for their participation. I would especially like to thank our Chinese friends who have always supported Board of Investment in its initiatives of bilateral business and investment cooperation. Your presence today is indeed a true example of the much talked about all-weather friendship between both countries. Ladies and gentlemen, being the apex investment promotion agency of Pakistan, the Board of Investment is rigorously undertaking activities of high marginal impact to attract and sustain productive investments in a set of sectors which collectively promise massive employment and labor-intensive, export-oriented industrialization. Since 2016, BOI has also been designated as the lead agency from the Pakistan side on the much talked about CPEC Phase 2, that is Industrial Cooperation, which is a long-term endeavor and is picking up pace lately. It is pertinent to mention that it was under the auspices of CPEC Industrial Cooperation that the Dhabeji SEZ in Sindh was envisaged. Lately, the Karachi Comprehensive Coastal Development Zone project has also been included under CPEC through the very same platform. My dear friends, now that the second phase of the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, CPEC, has commenced, the Federal Board of Investment would continue to take lead on investment promotion, facilitation, and industrial cooperation. The first phase of CPEC required leading role of the government, while the second phase calls for enhanced role of industrialists, the private sector, and the business community. Here, the government's role would remain that of a facilitator. But having said that, the government still has an arduous task of devising effective policies, laws, and efficient infrastructure to facilitate B2B and people-to-people linkages. Ladies and gentlemen, Pakistan follows a liberal investment regime, and facilitation is its foremost cornerstone for instilling confidence in investors and creating a conducive environment to attract foreign and local investment. The Federal Board of Investment is mandated to promote, encourage, and facilitate both local and foreign investment. In this regard, several initiatives are being undertaken by the Government of Pakistan under the able leadership of Prime Minister Imran Khan, such as ease of doing business reform, regulatory reforms, structural reforms in the tax system, and availability of energy inputs at regionally competitive prices. It is noteworthy to mention that the Government of Pakistan has already launched conducive policies such as electric vehicle policy, mobile manufacturing, construction sector policies, sole enterprise, special economic zone, regulations 2020, and SEZ zone enterprise admin and sale, lease, sublease of plot regulations 2021 to increase investment in Pakistan. Our Federal Secretary BOI Farina Bazar in her talk today will further elaborate the salient features of the investment regime in Pakistan, and our esteemed guests from the private sector can also deliberate on sectoral policies in the B2B sessions planned in the later part of the conference today. Ladies and gentlemen, Pakistan accords top priority to the development of its special economic zones under CPEC. Currently, out of the 9 CPEC SEZs, 3 are at an advanced stage of development, including Allama Iqbal Industrial City in Punjab, Rashakai SEZ in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, and Dhabeji SEZ in Sindh. The Dhabeji SEZ is perceived to be the most promising SEZ due to its ideal location, being in close proximity to the sea, air, rail, and road links. I'm glad that the concession agreement has been concluded, and soon the SEZ will enter into its development stage, and in the long run, massive economic benefits for the country can be foreseen from the Dhabeji SEZ. I congratulate the government of Sindh on achieving this milestone. Attractive fiscal incentives are being offered under SEZs, such as 10-year tax holiday and custom duty exemption on import of capital goods to both the developer and enterprises housed in the SEZs. My dear friends, it gives me immense pleasure to share that keeping up with the demands of industrial cooperation in the CPEC, Board of Investment and National Development and Reforms Commission, NDRC, China, have also signed the long-awaited framework agreement during the Prime Minister Imran Khan's recent visit to China. This is a landmark achievement which will be a quantum leap for CPEC, as the agreement contains affirmations between the parties in terms of rapid industrialization through the SEZs, enhanced foreign direct investment through relocation of Chinese industries, effective business-to-business ties through Pak-China business joint ventures, and export-led growth through the Chinese enterprises, besides numerous other direct and indirect benefits for the country. Due diligence was ensured by BOI in drafting the agreement, whereby the inputs of all the stakeholders was sought before sharing it with the Chinese side. My dear friends, similarly, to digitize B2B matchmaking, BOI in collaboration with the China Council for International Investment Promotion has also developed the Pak-China B2B investment portal to populate the data of Pakistani companies which are worthy for JVs with interested Chinese companies. Both local and Chinese companies are being encouraged to register on the portal for creating the possibility of materializing potential JV opportunities. Ladies and gentlemen, to bridge the gap between the Chinese and Pakistani companies, Pakistan-China Business and Investment Forum has also been established under the patronage of the BOI and the Chinese Embassy. The All Pakistan Chinese Enterprises Association and Board of Investment are leading PCBIF. This forum was inaugurated by the Honorable Prime Minister Imran Khan 2 months back with the objective of promoting bilateral business and investment endeavors between Pakistanis and Chinese businesses. The forum will be pivotal to attract further Chinese companies to enter the Pakistani market and to promote joint venture opportunities. I urge all of you to please interact with our project management team here today to know further about this Pakistan-China Investment and Business Forum, and you should be part of this forum for exploring the investment opportunities with the China. Ladies and gentlemen, I am hopeful that today's conference will ignite the flame of true B2B industrial cooperation that will aid the steady economic and regional development under CPEC by uniting and taking on board all the sectoral stakeholders. As CPEC Industrial Cooperation is all-inclusive in its scope and open to third-party participation, I would also like to invite the business community from not only China, but also from other countries to come and invest in Sindh's potentially viable sector and utilize the opportunities available in SEZs against the backdrop of a liberal investment regime. Once again, I thank you all for being here. Your support and assistance today will surely lead Pakistan in general and Sindh in particular towards a bright, industrialized future ahead. And in the end, I want to say a few things in Urdu. आजकल मुल्क में बड़ी पॉलिटिकल नॉइस क्रिएट हुई है और बहुत कुछ हम मीडिया पे सुन रहे हैं, देख रहे हैं, कुछ जेन्युइन इश्यूज भी हैं. But I'm saying this as an apolitical person, as a concerned Pakistani, not because I'm part of the government now. That continuation of political governments is very important for this country. हम कब तक गवर्नमेंट्स को गिराते रहेंगे, हम कब तक गवर्नमेंट्स को जो एक प्रोसेस स्टार्ट होता है इसको डिसकंटिन्यू करते रहेंगे. I joined Board of Investment 3 months back, and I'm aware that government is doing some amazing work. At Board of Investment, we are doing some amazing work. On China front, we are doing amazing work. Board of Investment, CPEC Authority, and all the concerned departments, as well as the advisor to Commerce, Mr. Abdul Razak Daud. But the momentum break होता है ना, तो इसका नुकसान हमेशा कंट्री को होता है. आप हमेशा फिर 1-2 साल पीछे चले जाते हैं. तो मेरी सिर्फ एक रिक्वेस्ट आपको ये होगी, as a concerned citizen of Pakistan, as a concerned Pakistani, that we should collaborate, and we should collaborate both public and private sector for the prosperity of Pakistan. Pakistan Zindabad.
Thank you so much, sir, for an enlightening address. Ladies and gentlemen, moving on, it is now my pleasure to introduce the Secretary, Board of Investment, Ms. Farina Mazhar. Ms. Farina is a seasoned officer of the Civil Service of Pakistan with an experience of over 30 years serving in diverse capacities. In Board of Investment, she has led several impactful initiatives to improve the business climate of the country. I would now request Ms. Farina Mazhar to apprise us on the investment regime in Pakistan.
Assalamu alaikum. A very good morning and ni hao. I welcome you all to the CPEC Industrial Cooperation Business to Business Conference, exclusively organized to promote investment opportunities in the special economic zones and for business to business matchmaking of Pakistani and Chinese companies. Through my presentation today, I would take the opportunity to provide an overview of the investment regime in Pakistan. This would be the sequence of today's presentation: an introduction to the Board of Investments, Pakistan's outlook, investment opportunities, Pakistan Regulatory Modernization Initiative, which is the Prime Minister's prime initiative for regulatory reforms, and then all that has been done by the Board of Investment under the CPEC framework. Board of Investment was established with the broad-based responsibility of promotion of investment in all sectors of the economy, facilitation of local and foreign investors for speedy materialization of their projects, enhancement of Pakistan's international competitiveness, and contribution to economic and social development. However, the mandate of the Board of Investment today includes a wide range of services like the visa facilitation, establishment of branch and liaison office, and providing information on the opportunities for investment and facilitating companies that are looking forward for joint ventures. The Board of Investment has also been designated as the lead agency for reforms under the Ease of Doing Business, the Industrial Cooperation under CPEC, and the Secretariat for the Special Economic Zones. 5 reasons to invest in Pakistan. Pakistan is strategically located to become Asia's premier trade, energy, and transport corridor. It is also the gateway to the energy-rich Central Asian states, the financially liquid Gulf states, and the economically advanced Far Eastern tigers. This strategic advantage alone makes Pakistan a marketplace teeming with possibilities. With over 220 million inhabitants, Pakistan has an extreme asset of young population. Falling in the age group of 15 to 59 years is 59%, whereas 27% is between 15 and 27 years. Pakistan offers its investors a strong and large market with an ever-expanding middle class. This not only assures a non-stop supply of young, educated, and energetic workforce, but also a long-term consumer market for products and services. An added advantage is its large, trained, and English-speaking labor force. The lucrative incentives offered in our special economic zones also add up to make Pakistan a promising regional hub and an important market for trade and investment. Pakistan's geographical location, liberal foreign investment policy, conducive business environment, and a young, skilled workforce all make it the perfect investment destination. Pakistan is amongst the top countries in the world with key natural resources which make it an attractive destination for investments. The investment regime in the country is very liberal. All economic sectors are open to foreign direct investment except a few specified restricted industries like arms and ammunition, explosives, radioactive substances, security, printing, currency, and mint. Equal treatment is to be meted to local and the foreign investors. Foreign equity is allowed up to 100%. Remittances of royalty, technical, and franchise fees, profits, dividends, and capital gains are allowed. Investors can borrow both from local and foreign banks, and foreign investment is fully protected under the laws of the land. Government has introduced visa on arrival for 95 friendly countries, and the foreign investors can open branch and liaison offices in the country. As part of a liberal investment regime and to provide legal cover to the foreign investors, Pakistan has signed bilateral investment treaties with 48 countries and also the avoidance of double taxation agreements with 52 countries. On the ease of doing ranking, Pakistan has done wonders. We jumped significantly from 147 to 108 in 2 years, that is from 2018 to 2020. Unfortunately, the report got discontinued, otherwise we would have been around 80 today. Pakistan has been acknowledged as the number 3 in big jumps on doing business ranking, with significant improvements in 6 reform areas out of the 10 measured reforms areas. Pakistan is home to renowned multinationals. You can see some of the names on the screen: Nestle, Shell, Procter & Gamble, PepsiCo, Telenor, etc., which is testament to the lucrative investment potential it poses for the foreign investors. These are some of the priority sectors of the country, and I would add that we have also added pharmaceutical now. We think Pakistan has a great potential for investment in the pharma industry. The immense diverse resources have been bestowed on the country, and agriculture, mines, minerals. Pakistan has a sound base in industries like cement, fertilizer, auto, chemical, textile, but there is still huge potential to improve industrial efficiency through technology transfer. Pakistan opens all its sectors of economy for foreign investments, and here are the priority sectors. The government of Pakistan also adopted the concept of special economic zones with the commencement of the Special Economic Zones Act 2012 to meet the challenges of global competitiveness and to create industrial clusters in the economy. The Act envisages special economic zones to encourage domestic and international investors for promoting and establishing industrial infrastructures focusing on export promotion, import substitution, transfer of technology, and employment generation. The law provides SEZs to be set up by the federal and provincial governments themselves or in collaboration with the private sector under different modes of public-private partnership or exclusively through the private sector. Along with offering state-of-the-art infrastructure and facilities, the fiscal benefits under the Special Economic Zone law include a one-time exemption from custom duties and taxes for all capital goods and imported into Pakistan for the development, operations, and maintenance of SEZ, both for the developer as well as for the zone enterprise, and exemption from all taxes on income for a period of 10 years. The Board of Investment is also the SEZ Secretariat and SEZ Authority for the Federal Special Economic Zones. It is responsible for coordination of all activities, including processing of zone applications, reviewing development agreements, international and domestic promotion of SEZs, processing of additional incentives, and facilitating provincial special economic zone authorities. So here you can see that there are 22 approved special economic zones in the country, and an area of 15,624 acres at present has been declared to be under the special economic zones. So these SEZs are designed to become high-end commercial, technology, and manufacturing hubs, and each SEZ is dedicated for investment in clusters of different sectors. Out of the 22 approved SEZs, 9 fall under the CPEC framework. Out of the 9 CPEC SEZs, Rashakai, Allama Iqbal, Bostan, and Dhabeji are early harvest special economic zones. CPEC SEZs are also open for third country participation. This is very important. And investors from any country can invest and are given equal treatment by the government of Pakistan. Board of Investment is also taking lead on the PRMI project with the objectives to reduce the compliance burden on businesses and improve the effectiveness of the regulatory regime. The final product of Pakistan Regulatory Modernization Initiative is the establishment of Pakistan Business Portal, which will be an online one-stop shop aiming to facilitate investors with enhanced ease of doing business measures. These are some of the future reforms that we are hoping to undertake. It's the reducing and simplification of procedures, one-stop shop facility, incentives database of the priority sectors, and project database for investment interest. Under the PRMI, we are hoping to map all the business regulations, laws, and make them available online, analyze the relevance and usefulness of all the business regulations, eliminate unnecessary regulations, and simplify compliance requirements through consultations, automate compliance with business regulations, ensure e-payments for all the relevant charges. So the final product, which is the Pakistan Business Portal, will be the one-stop shop for business licensing, registrations, NOCs through an online system linked to all government departments. This will also provide the facility of e-payment for registrations and licensing fees. Core PRMI activities of mapping, analysis, simplification, elimination would precede the automation process. BOIO is also the lead agency on industrial cooperation under CPEC, designated by the Joint Cooperation Committee of CPEC. The CPEC framework operates on 1+4 cooperation mode, with CPEC as one core and Gawada, energy, transport, infrastructure, and industrial cooperation as 4 priorities. The long-term plan, signed in 2017, provides conceptual framework of CPEC and macro guidance for its implementation. The industrial cooperation in the CPEC long-term plan provides the overview of its key cooperation areas and the envisaged objectives. The CPEC Phase 2 is essentially defined by these objectives, whereby the Board of Investment is taking the lead on special economic zones, relocation and investment of Chinese and foreign companies, and business-to-business matchmaking of these companies with the Pakistani businesses. The Joint Cooperation Committee, led by the National Development and Reform Commission of China and the Ministry of Planning, Development and Special Initiatives of Pakistan, is the apex decision-making body of CPEC. Under the JCC, 10 joint working groups operate, and the Board of Investment is the lead agency on Industrial Cooperation Joint Working Group. So, since becoming the lead agency on industrial cooperation under CPEC in 2016, the Board of Investment has been instrumental in achieving these milestones. Initially, 9 CPEC SEZ sites were selected by both sides, and BOI held SEZ trainings to apprise the provincial governments on its effective development and operations. In 2018, Board of Investment and NDRC signed an MOU on industrial cooperation, which defined the contours of the collaborating activities between the two parties. Rashakai, Allama Iqbal, Bostan, and Dhabeji SEZs were approved through the Joint Working Group Industrial Cooperation Platform. In line with the MOU, a team of Chinese experts conducted industrial diagnosis of the textile sector in Pakistan to identify sector gaps and provide recommendations for its improvement. Through the PSDP funding, provision of utilities was ensured by the Board of Investment, and similarly, the Board of Investment has also facilitated Pak-China business-to-business joint ventures like the Daewoo Double Star and Service Long March tire manufacturing joint ventures. Recently, the Karachi Coastal Comprehensive Development Zone project has also been included under the CPEC framework through the Joint Working Group on Industrial Cooperation. So the long-awaited framework agreement on industrial cooperation, ever since we signed the MOU in 2018, we had been requesting the Chinese side to sign the framework agreement to actually have a framework for future activities. And now, finally, the agreement has been signed during the Prime Minister's recent visit to China. This agreement has been signed between the Board of Investment and NDRC of China and will foster industrial cooperation between the two countries. The agreement reaffirms the prioritized development and operations of the 9 SEZs with the primary focus on the early completion of Rashakai SEZ in KP, Allama Iqbal Industrial City in Punjab, Dhabeji SEZ in Sindh, and Bostan SEZ in Balochistan. For the colonization of these SEZs, business-to-business matchmaking mechanism of Pakistani and Chinese enterprises has also been emphasized, which will also proliferate the people-to-people and institution-to-institution linkages. Pakistan-China Business and Investment Forum was launched by the joint efforts of the Board of Investment and EPSIA. The Prime Minister Imran Khan himself inaugurated the PCBIF on 3rd January 2022. PCBIF will rejuvenate further avenues of bilateral investment cooperations in the form of joint ventures and other mutually beneficial partnerships between Pakistan and China. It will not only contribute to enhanced B2B ties, but also build people-to-people relations between the all-weather friends. The steering committee is the decision-making body of PCBIF and consists of 19 Pakistani and 18 Chinese companies. The Pakistan-China Business and Investment Forum is established for achieving the following objectives: to promote sustainable bilateral business and investment endeavors, to engage the governments of Pakistan and China to promote mutually beneficial business and investment projects, to facilitate Chinese businesses which are entrusted to relocate and invest in the country, to enhance cooperation and develop synergy along various industrial sectors, and to promote joint business and investment initiatives for strengthening business-to-business and people-to-people ties, to serve as a platform for the facilitation of B2B investment collaboration and joint ventures, to collect and secure all the data, information concerning bilateral economic cooperation, and publicize the ongoing industrial cooperation projects. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for giving me a patient hearing.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for such an enlightening and informative presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, we are delighted to have with us Consul General of China, His Excellency Mr. Li Bijian. Sir, we would request you to please enlighten us with your valuable thoughts on this significant day.
Thank you, Madam, for your excellent and detailed briefing about the investment policies. Your Excellency, Mr. Khalid Mansour, PM Advisor on CPEC. Your Excellency Abdul R. Dawood, PM Advisor on Commerce and Investment. Your Excellency Mr. M. Azfar Ahsam, Minister of State and Chairman of BOI. Your Excellency, Mr. Saeed Mumtaz Ali Shah, Chief Secretary, Sindh Government. Excellencies, officials, members of business community of China and Pakistan, members of media, friends, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to you all. Assalamu alaikum. It's my great honor to attend CPEC Industrial Cooperation B2B Investment Conference. First of all, I'd like to extend, on behalf of Consulate of China in Karachi, our warmest congratulations to you all. We are especially grateful to the efforts by BOI and its team to make this event a ground reality, despite of many logistical and organizational issues because of the pandemic. Excellencies, friends, ladies and gentlemen, with the joint efforts by both sides of Pakistan and China, the first phase of CPEC has recorded remarkable achievements and made tremendous contributions to the social and economic development of Pakistan. The first phase features the infrastructure cooperation, like power and energy, road and transportation, etc. Most of the projects were implemented under the guidance of G2G framework. The second phase of CPEC has already started and shall focus on industry, agricultural, and socio-economic cooperation. B2B shall be the main feature of cooperation for the second phase. And the business community of both countries, especially the private business, are the key players in the second phase. Excellencies, friends, ladies and gentlemen, thanks to the better geological locations, vast population, fine infrastructures like highways, railways, seaports, especially skills, expertise, and experience in developing industry zones, and the bustling economic growth. Sindh province has better placed to attract more investment, foreign investment, and conduct greater B2B cooperation. This region has become the home of many projects in the first phase of CPEC, like Tapakar power plant projects, Block 1 and Block 2, Qasim and Hop power plants, many wind farms and solar mills, and the M5 expressway, etc. And it is firmly believed that Sindh province will play an even bigger role in the second phase of CPEC. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, friends, if you agree, I will say that investment is always a two-way love affair and a tango of two, or a disco of many, requires the steady joint efforts, dedication, and support. From the angle of the investors from China, they shall have better understanding of the relevant policies, laws, and regulations of doing business on this land of Pakistan. Choose better and reliable partners, carry out on-the-spot study tours, and be aware of the possible risks and sorting out solutions before making decisions on investment. From the angle of the host country, Pakistan, the relevant federal and provincial departments are requested to further ease of doing business, especially effectively address the hurdles of policy trends and orientation, custom clearance, tax holidays, foreign exchange and remittance, labor training, land acquirement, facility and utility providing, security protection, visa facilitation, and providing of one-window service, etc. I'd like to share some of our experience from China to develop special economic zones. As everybody knows, that China started the reform and opening up policy in 1978. In the past more than 40 years, China's economy has witnessed fast growth. And I think, personally, that one of the most important achievements and the secret that we made is that to develop the special economic zones in China. And we provided all the policy incentives and one-window services, to help the investors to solve all the issues they are facing, especially the local government. They always provide free of land for some years, 5 years, 10 years, like that. So I think that we have enough experience, and of course some nations learned from the whole process. So we are ready to share all this experience, lessons with our brothers and sisters in Pakistan. Excellencies, friends, ladies and gentlemen, government of China always attaches great importance to further strengthening the existing all-weather bilateral relations and cooperation with Pakistan. And our commitment to CPEC is strong and lasting. Based on the present work and efforts, my consulate is ready to work even more closely with the concerned federal and provincial authorities to further promote and facilitate the bilateral trade, investment, and cooperation. Encourage more Chinese companies to explore the investment opportunities in Pakistan, especially in Sindh. Provide more policy advice to the Chinese business community. Assist the Pakistani counterparts to conduct investment roadshows in China, etc. May this conference a complete success. Pakistan, China, Dosti, Zindabad. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your insightful and inspiring thoughts. Esteemed guests, to commemorate the importance of CPEC Industrial Cooperation, I would now invite Chief Secretary, Government of Sindh, Mr. Syed Mumtaz Ali Shah, to share his insights on the significance of Pakistan-China business cooperation. Thank you, sir.
Auzubillahiminash-shaytanir-rajim. Bismillahir-Rahmanir-Rahim. Advisor to Prime Minister on Commerce, the Special Assistant to Prime Minister on CPEC, Chairman, Board of Investment, Federal Secretary, Consul General, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and very good morning. First of all, I must appreciate the Board of Investment for organizing such an important event here in Karachi, here in Sindh, in collaboration with our investment department. So I congratulate you, the Board of Investment and Federal Secretary. This indeed is a very timely initiative for collaboration and matchmaking activities among foreign and local business communities. I must mention here the efforts of Board of Investment and China Council for International Investment Promotion for developing the business-to-business investment portal. Ladies and gentlemen, CPEC is a success story. This conference is a practical step towards the second phase in which high-tech industries and special economic zones, joint ventures with established businesses, development of technology, ecosystem, and other activities for industrial promotion are being focused. Sindh province has great potential of high-tech industries, local and international trade, sophisticated services, contribution in international supply chain, modern farming, food processing, science and technology, along with efficient and accessible labor and smooth availability of raw material. This conference can be a way forward for utilizing the potential of this province by the support of knowledge, economy, and investment. Government of Sindh, with support of federal government, is focusing on priority sectors, regulatory reforms, incentives, and innovative business environment, the development of e-commerce ecosystem, techno-oriented agriculture and food sector, uplifting green and blue economy, and state-of-art special economic zones for environment-friendly and industrialization are the top priorities. Sindh government is therefore committed to support the investment and improve the investment climate. Here, I must appreciate the leading role of our planning and development departments and the ministries of the federal and the provincial governments, which have provided the infrastructure support to all these projects, especially providing the energy and water supply to these special economic zones. Ladies and gentlemen, Sindh province has a successful track record for public-private partnership, legal framework, and its first viable law in the country. Under this initiative, Hyderabad-Mirpur Khas dual carriageway, Karachi-Thitta dual carriageway, and many initiatives in health and education have been successfully completed. These projects have increased the farm-to-market access, connectivity to urban-rural enterprises, quick access to raw and finished products, increased tourists and travelers ratio, and improved overall socio-economic conditions of the province. Public-private partnership unit of Government of Sindh is providing enabling environment for the private investment under friendly legal and regulatory framework with cost recovery and PPP financing arrangements. Ladies and gentlemen, Sindh province is trying to uplift the SMEs, which create employment, enhance labor development, and add value to economic activities and innovations in the sector. During the COVID-19 pandemic, most of the SMEs were affected due to lack of e-commerce capability and modern technology. There is need for supporting SMEs with adequate incentives as well as innovative policy and regulatory framework. The engagement of Chinese counterparts for transforming SMEs is very essential. We would invite Chinese SME development section for working with the relevant departments of Government of Sindh, particularly Industries and Commerce Department, because success of the initiatives for industrializations are based on the sound and prosperous SMEs. I welcome and invite all the local and international investors in Sindh province, which has endless opportunities. Sindh province has tremendous prospects of high growth and high return. I assure you, ladies and gentlemen, that our priority is to facilitate a business-friendly environment across the province. In the end, let me assure you that this province is always ready for proactive and effective role in CPEC and collective ventures with our Chinese friends as well as all other friends who want to invest in the province of Sindh. Thank you very much. Pakistan Zindabad.
Thank you, sir, for an informative address. Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to have with us the Special Assistant to the Prime Minister on CPEC Affairs and Minister of State, Mr. Khalid Mansoor. He assumed the charge of Special Assistant to the Prime Minister on CPEC Affairs in August 2021, before which he had been the CEO of HUBCO Power Plant for 8 years. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Khalid Mansoor to deliver his presentation. वो चली गई हैं
ये है इधर अच्छा मुझे एक हाइपर लिंक है वो दिखा बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम मेरी इंतहाई निगारिश यही है तेरे नाम से इब्तदा कर रहा हूँ जनाब रज़ाक दाऊद साहब the Advisor to Prime Minister on Commerce, Janab Shah Sahab, Chief Secretary, Government of Sindh, my friend Mr. Lee Bijian, I'm very happy to see you to participate. Thank you. Farina and Asfar Hassan, with whom I have been interacting and working very closely. Ladies and gentlemen, honorable delegates of this very important conference, my dear friends Chinese, Assalamu alaikum and ni hao. Well, first of all, thank you very much, BOI, for giving me this opportunity to at least disseminate what CPEC is all about, whatever it has achieved, and what we intend to really achieve in phase 2, for which you have been hearing. And also, I would like to take this opportunity to alleviate the various concerns which have been either in the print media or also in electronic media, whether CPEC has been stopped, it has not been progressing, etc. So I hope after this brief presentation, you would have a fairly good idea what CPEC is all about. Well, how does it work? Yeah. Well, right at the outset, I would like to mention that I have been the part of the delegation which put together the CPEC framework. And that was the time when Pakistan was having, the historical power crisis, 12 to 18 hours of load shedding, and the industry has been totally derailed. And with that stuff, we had the opportunity to go to China and talk about it, that they should help us. Most of our power generation was based on very expensive choice of fuel, which is also imported one. And at the same time, we were sitting on one of the world's largest reserve of coal in Thar, but nobody internationally was willing to really facilitate us or give us the financing. Cut long story short, we went there and we proposed to China that they should help us to essentially alleviate the power crisis in the country and bring back the GDP, which has been really 6 to 7% and then deteriorated to less than 3%. So as a quid pro quo, China offered that they would like to develop their ancient dream of the Silk Road or China-Pakistan Economic Corridor. So when the framework was written, it is very, very explicit. But if I were to very quickly share with you the key objectives of that framework, it goes as follows, that we wanted to promote bilateral and regional connectivity. So I will repeat this word, that from Chinese perspective, it is nothing but regional connectivity, because that is the lifeline of China. China is a country which depends its economy based on trade, and that trade is to rest of the world, and that's why China wanted to have the regional connectivity through China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, economic integration, and that too with the region, and lastly, to develop and promote investment, trade, and logistical cooperation. But I would like to let you know that there is a framework, and that framework which had started in 2015, it will continue all the way until 2025. And the way it has been characterized, it was the phase 1, which was early harvest project, And in that particular phase, we were able to alleviate the power crisis. Remember the 12 and 18 hours of load shedding, but alhamdulillah, now we don't have that. And also we have adequate power to develop the industry. So the major crises were completed and that phase was over. Then the second phase, this is the phase we are right now, and phase 2 is also part of that, and it is characterized at period of expansion and development. And that is where, inshallah ta'ala, we are going to be bringing industrial revolution in this country. And thirdly, between 2025 to 2030, it's going to be period of maturity, and that is going to be providing the mechanism for sustainable economic growth, and CPEC will provide a leadership role in developing this economic corridor. And that's the reason it is called, it is the flagship project. It is, and with that, as far as Gwadar is concerned, it is jewel in the crown. Now, what we have achieved as part of the phase 1, $25 billion investment have already been achieved or realized in the country. More than 5,300 megawatt power generation is up and running. And for the first time in Pakistan, 660 kV transmission line, which is a very long line, 880 kilometer, that has been developed and already implemented. Almost 3,500 megawatt of project are at the last stage of completion, and inshallah in next 3 to 6 months they will be up and running. And also important to mention that close to 4,000 megawatt are in the planning stage, and they are going to be implemented in phase 2. But now the focus is going to be on environmentally friendly projects, and there are a number of hydel projects which are in the advanced stage of finalization. So in the first phase, which we have completed, basically there were 3 areas. Energy and power, that's why we have so much power generation in the country. Then the other one is the infrastructure, and the third one is the development of Gwadar port. Because that is where from Xinjiang all the way to Gwadar, the trade will take place, and from there we are inshallah going to having the connectivity with Middle East, with Europe, Africa, and rest of the world. As regards the infrastructure was concerned, 1,800 kilometers of new motorways, highways, and urban mass transit has been completed, and I'm talking about the Orange Line in Lahore. 820 kilometers of optical fiber has already been laid. That is from Xinjiang all the way, not Xinjiang, from Khunjra Pass all the way to Rawalpindi. Then in Gwadar, an international airport is under advanced stage of construction. This is $230 million project, and almost 30% it has been completed. And we are very confident in inshallah first or second quarter of next year, it will be up and running. Then the major upcoming infrastructure projects, you must have been hearing about ML1. This is the railway connectivity from Peshawar to Karachi. There have been some heads up, but alhamdulillah, in the last visit of Prime Minister, a lot of discussion has taken place, and I have recently heard from Chinese side that inshallah very soon it will also get into the execution. And then another very, very important project, Karachi Coastal Development Zone. It is a joint venture between KPT and CRBC of China. It is going to be bringing a paradigm shift in that area of Karachi, and very, very elaborate scope. And also one thing which is very important, and that is relocation of poor resident of Machar colony, and they will be relocated in very modern kind of residences. Then the other outcome in the industrial cooperation, I don't dwell too much time, because 9 special economic zones, although there are 22 special economic zones, but the economic zones which are under the purview of CPEC, there are 9, and out of those at the moment we are focusing on 5. 4 special economic zones, 1 each in province, which is Dhabeji, Rashakai, Lama Iqbal Industrial City, and Bostan and Quetta. But the very important one is the Gwadar Free Zone. The phase 1 was only 60 acres, but then the Prime Minister inaugurated the second phase, which is 37 times bigger than the phase 1, over 2,200 acres. And that is after receiving so much interest from the Chinese investors who are contemplating to relocate their industry in Gwadar so that they should be able to start exporting from there, and that is in line with our requirement as well. And also using this opportunity, I would like to alleviate this perception. that CPEC is only China-centric. It is not. Because even right now, there are investors from USA, from Germany, from UK, from Canada, Netherlands, and of course, number of SMEs type of investors, and there are close to 18 and 19 who have already invested in Islamabad zone. And we have the opportunity to bring them to Islamabad to meet Prime Minister, and over $1 billion investment has already been realized. So the message I wanted to leave with these participants that CPEC is open to all the investors from all over the world. Many investors come and visit my office, and their starting question is that create opportunity for our investors also. And I would always tell them that who told you that CPEC is only for China? And as I said, that even from Chinese perspective, it is the regional connectivity, and that's the reason we keep on telling them. And I would like to announce here that we are trying to have an international conference in Islamabad. You will be given the invitation also, and the idea is to disseminate exactly what CPEC is all about, what kind of fiscal incentives are there, what are the status of readiness of special economic zone where such investments could be made. Moving on, given my 4 decades of corporate background, when I was given this opportunity, I really sat with my team, although I have a very limited team, and undoubtedly we work very closely with BOI, that we need to have a vision, and I would like to share that vision. And this vision really reflects what this country needs, and it reads as follows: accelerate socio-economic development of Pakistan by bringing industrial, technological, agriculture revolution through Chinese investment and transfer of technology. So there are 3 fundamental pillars of this vision. And with that vision, we have developed the strategy to develop it and take it into the execution. What it will do? 3 things: import substitution, export orientation, and creating so much employment opportunities. And there are going to be a variety of sectors, and the passion with which I am trying to really develop all those concepts or ideas into the execution, that inshallah we would like to make Pakistan a manufacturing hub. And that manufacturing hub will not only alleviate so much imports which Pakistan is making for virtually everything, but inshallah it will become an export country. How we are going to be doing that? We will fully leverage our linkages with government entities, and this the last 4 decades develop huge interconnection and also friendship with the state-owned enterprises of China, the financial institution, embassy of China in Pakistan, and also the Consul General in Karachi, the SOEs, etc. So we will fully leverage all those connectivity to really realize this dream. Now, so what really needs to be done? That CPEC, when we sit in CPEC authority, I don't know how many of you know that there are already 147 Chinese companies operating in Pakistan. So when they come and really talk to us, obviously they have sets of issues, and our job is to really facilitate them and coordinate their effort from the various ministries and alleviate them. And thrice they have come to Prime Minister to thank them that now, most of their issues have been resolved. But however, there are still requirements to transform and provide, consistent policies which they need to make now billions of dollars of investment. And the focus is going to be on textile, agriculture, IT, and science and technology. Other thing was that when we talk to various China, how China has really alleviated the poverty. 85 million jobs were created, and we have to do nothing but to replicate what China has done. So when the industry was maturing in Europe and North America, what China has done, they offered their country, they provided special economic zones, they given special economic incentives, and then motivate the industry which has become unviable because of ever increasing manpower costs to start relocating. And this is the model which China has done. But now things are other way around. The cost of manpower has increased in China, and China is transiting into high-tech, the Huawei of this world, etc. And this is the time for us to create an environment and persuade Chinese to come to Pakistan and start investing, including the relocation. The skill development and training and vocational institutes are absolutely necessary because they have to really take into consideration what this industry would be needing, and we need to really create state-of-the-art vocational and training institute. And I would like to mention here that in Gwadar we have already completed a state-of-the-art vocational and training institute, and it is going to be operational inshallah within 3 months, and we will replicate that model in other special economic zones as well. But at the same time, as I said, that we don't have to reinvent the wheel, we have to learn from China, and we are constantly in touch with them to bring in this industrialization in the country. Now the question is that why invest in Pakistan? And it is pertinent to mention that in the least recent visit to China, so Prime Minister asked us that when he would go to China, what he should tell to the Chinese. So we came to our drawing board and we said that we must have a deep dive and find out where Pakistan has got competitive advantages. What are the areas we persuade Chinese to come and invest in Pakistan with a comparative analysis, rather than this, typical narrative that please come, we are iron friends, our, relationship is higher than Himalaya and deeper than Arabian Sea and sweeter than honey. So a very deep dive has been done, internal, research, and also leveraging my contacts with the private sector. So we identified 7 sectors, and in those 7 sectors, we have demonstrated that it is a typical business case for Chinese to come in Pakistan. They will make a lot of money, but at the same time, that is going to be responsible for transforming our economy. So we put together all those comparative analysis into a renowned pitch book now. And this pitch book, we had the opportunity to translate it also in Chinese, and then Prime Minister had the opportunity to present that pitch book to Xi Jinping and also to Premier, and all he has to say, Excellencies, we have captured what Pakistan has offered. Pakistan is ready for industrialization. Please convey this message to SOEs, and we will provide whatever is needed. And also, before going to China, with all those sectors, we started to connect with the leading Fortune 500 companies. And so far, 3 such kind of virtual meetings have taken place, including textile, pharmaceutical, and the shoemaking industry. And I was amazed, or rather very encouraged, that for each and every such kind of virtual meeting from various provinces, about 40 to 50 participants, they attended that. And in that, interaction, we really demonstrated to them that, come, this is a typical business case for Pakistan. And I'm happy to report that a lot of interest has started to take place. And again, when we went to China, 20 meetings were chaired by the Prime Minister and also participated by all the leading ministers, including Mr. Razak Daud. So those Fortune 500 chairmen, they presented their case that, look, what we are, what we have invested in Pakistan, and this is our pledge that we would like to further invest. And you will be happy to note that in this kind of communication of the Prime Minister and also interaction one-on-one with such leading Fortune 500 companies, we have brought pledge of billions of dollars of investment. And these are whether in Gwadar or various other areas. But after we come back, the final 3 very important meetings which took place with the leadership of China. And I have been visiting China for the last over 3 decades, and I can tell you from my personal experience that the outcome of this visit has been most outstanding. The body language of Chinese leadership was, we are behind you, and please rest assured that CPEC is going to be a game changer, not only for Pakistan, but also for China. So we will provide fullest support to develop the phase 2, and now the ball is in our court. So when we come back, we have started to re-engage with those companies, and obviously they have certain further demands in addition to the fiscal incentive which we are providing. So if I were to give you a very quick glance that why Pakistan is so fortunate country to be the industrial hub for not only China but the other investors. Farina briefly touched base the strategic location and global connectivity through CPEC. So if you can touch that, you see hyperlink. I just want to spend only 10-15 seconds over there. Yeah. Look, China, how the trade is taking place, it is from eastern part of the China. And that is taking a longer time. It's going to providing the choking point for Chinese shipment because, they have to pass through Strait of Hormuz and Strait of Malacca, and it is very expensive also. So China thinks, 30 and 40 years ahead. And that is what the CPEC is all about, the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, because they are creating an alternate trade route for them. And as we speak, they have already started to relocate some of their industry to the western part of China. And now from there, the transit will take place, their transportation will take place, and also their trade will take place. So I will not give you a lot of detail, but look at the bottom line, that if they were to transport their goods from Shanghai and also from eastern route versus it were to go from let's say, Xinjiang to Gwadar, look at the last column, it will be a saving of 21 to 24 days. And in terms of cost, it is going to be 50%, cheaper than that. So it is a classic, business case for China. Why they say that it's the flagship of China One Belt and One Road initiative. Come back, please. Now the other one is the competitive regional labor cost. And again, if we just come back, and then go to the other link, please, quickly. Not the other one, the labor cost. Yeah. Okay, just hold in here. And that is the demonstration that what we have created, that there are two maps, but I will not really, spend too much time. And this is the infrastructure we have already built in Pakistan. And never before such kind of infrastructure was there. And these are the phase 1 outcome. And if you look at on the right-hand side, what is going to be providing? It will provide access to trade routes to Middle East, Africa, Europe, and rest of the world, which are 3 continents, 68 countries, 1/3 of world's GDP, and 62% of the global population. So that is what CPEC is all about. But now, as I said, that the ball is in our court, and all we have to do to really stay focused and take it further. Come back, please. Come back, please. Now, this is the competitive regional labor cost. And the comparison has been built between the Pakistan and the other alternate destination of China. So we have compared ourselves with Bangladesh, with Cambodia, with China, India, and then also with comparison with Pakistan. So if you would look these bar charts, starting from, let's say, 2018 to 2021, it is very interesting to note that right now, the cost of Pakistani manpower is more than 2x. So we are more than twice as effective, and that is a critical recipe for China to start relocating in Pakistan. And that is what China has done when the same kind of scenario was there in Europe and North America. Move to the next one, please. Now, population, and that is what is happening. Since I have been working very closely with the Chinese, until very recently, each couple cannot have one child. And now, as the industry grew in China, there are 2 things which have happened. The availability of manpower and young manpower. So all those people which were born, maybe, in the past decades, they have become old. China is transiting into artificial intelligence. And that is the reason, they do not have adequate and young manpower to really, pursue their, world leadership as far as, IT or artificial intelligence is concerned. What Pakistan offers? 80% of the population is less than age of 40. And when we compared and got the statistics, at least I was surprised that the 65% of the population, which is below 40 years of age, they have got one specific skill set, whether it is textile and so on and so forth. So I have so many success stories to share with you, but with the paucity of time, that there are few industry already operating in Pakistan. And when we asked them that why they relocated their business in, let's say, in Punjab, they said that the skilled manpower was available. I visited one of such textile unit, which is export-oriented. 3,500 young Pakistani, boys were working there. And they needed only 3 months to really, be very productive. And they are now manufacturing world-leading brands and export to various other countries. Next, please. Quick. And this is the comparative special economic zone initiatives. whether it is tax incentives, whether it is import of equipment at the time of implementation of investment, or the raw material. Now, Pakistan comparison is with India, with Bangladesh, with China, and Vietnam. And I can tell you with confidence, and my very honorable minister is sitting, that he will vouch that Pakistan offer one of the best special incentives. And those are the things which were put together in this research book or pitch book, where we have demonstrated that why Chinese major industry or major industrialists should come and invest in Pakistan. Come back, please. Now, I will very quickly conclude from here onward. No, please come back. Come back to the main one. Come back to the main presentation. Quick. वापस आ जाएं. Okay. Anyway, as they come back, come to the main presentation, please. In 9 economic zone, I think, next page, please. Yeah. And again, the location which are blue, those are the special economic zone which are under our radar and focus. Because although there are going to be 9 economic zone, and remember, the roadmap is all the way until 2030. So we will keep on developing more and more special economic zone. But at the moment, 5, 1 each in 1 province, and also the Gwadar, which is going to be getting a lot of focus. Next, please. Next, please. Next page. Dhabeji, since we are standing here, and you see the Honorable Chief Secretary is also here, so I would like to spend just a couple of seconds. It is in Karachi, and I'm very happy that finally it is getting into the execution. 1,500 acres of land, and the developer has already been selected through competitive bidding. There are a number of areas where the investor could make investment. And here I would like to use this opportunity. Again, it is not for only Chinese. It is for the local investors as well. And whatever assistance you would need to help and develop these investment, whether it is light engineering, automotive and auto parts, chemical and pharmaceutical, textile, and so on and so forth, those are the areas which will be available. And we are working very, very closely with the management company of this one. And one of the very experienced bureaucrat from China, Mr. Wasim, who was the chairman of planning and development. He is the chairman of the board, and he's the one who worked with us very closely when we developed THAR. So nothing succeeds like a success. So the same kind of team has been created. And when I was talking to Murad Ali Shah Sahab, he said that THAR was a success, and we have to replicate that. So inshallah, we will do that. 5 megawatt of electricity will be provided in April. And although the total supply of electricity for which the PSDP investment has been approved, 250 megawatt of power will be supplied over there. So that kind of confirms that with such industry, utilities are going to be available. And as far as gas is concerned, about 14 million standard cubic feet per day. But we told them that rework what kind of industry will be coming. And if this supply of gas and electricity would need to be increased, inshallah, we will provide that. Next, please. Now, I would like to mention that there are 11 special economic, next please. Okay. There are 11 joint working groups. And when I took the charge, for each joint working group, there are 6, 7 to 8 projects. And those projects have been mutually agreed, ratified by JCC, which took place in September. So those are the set of investments. But recently, these are the 3 very, very important joint working groups, which is science and technology, agriculture, and information technology. In our last trip to China, you would be amazed to mention that in the area of information technology, China is now taking the lead because they would like to have the semiconductors, manufactured in China, and they are supporting Pakistan. So a couple of startups are in the development, including relocation of some of the semiconductor relocation to Pakistan. So when I asked them that what kind of employment it will create, they said they need at least 100,000 of smart IT graduates. So going in future, and same is the case for agriculture. Various joint ventures have been created, Fauji Fertilizer and couple of other companies, and we will be really creating this matchmarking for the Chinese industry with the local leading companies in Pakistan. And inshallah, you will see more in these 3 special the implementation in special economic zone and the joint working groups. Next one, please. I have only 2-3 slides. Security has been the major issue. So when I joined, JCC was not taking place because 2 very unfortunate incidents had taken place in Dhasu and also in Gwadar. So we went to the drawing board again, worked very closely with the special security divisions. There are 2 divisions which have been created by Pakistan Army, and you will be happy to note that the security of Chinese is basically taking place by the Pakistan Army, and then military operation really coordinates centrally. So we went back to the drawing board, and after that, some of the SOPs were revamped, and Ministry of Interior created a special cell. And now, after we have fully satisfied the Chinese that a foolproof security will be provided to them, the JCC took place. And as I mentioned, that for the security of Chinese, very elaborate SOPs are in place, and that is how we will ensure that security would not be a concern for them. Next, please. When you talk to the Chinese, they say that we need only 2 things. We need full facilitation, and there should not be wastage of time. So in order to do that, we have instituted a facilitation center in CPEC. So every day in my office, there are at least 8 to 10 meetings. Chinese come and they really present their problems, and our job is to coordinate. But I am very fortunate that there are 3 very, very important forums where I have a direct access, which is a cabinet committee on CPEC, which deals with any of the policy issues. And that is where we get the feedback from them that the existing policy is not adequate, it needs some kind of amendments. So we take our proposal over there. If approved, it is ratified by the cabinet. Then one very, very important forum has been created in which who is participating, including the chief secretaries of all the provinces. And that is China-Pakistan Relationship Steering Committee. So any of the operating problems are resolved there. And last but not the least, when Prime Minister communicated his assurance and commitment, he said that we have one window operation, we have facilitation center, and you will see me standing behind the window. So the third opportunity we have, that unfortunately, if we could not resolve our issue, from these 2 forums we take to the Prime Minister's house, and he has been virtually getting the feedback on weekly basis. And what we are communicating to the Chinese, that please come and invest in these special economic zones. So these are ready in terms of ensuring the provision of all the electricities and the gases or all the other utilities they require, and also to ensure a plug-and-play environment. And what plug-and-play environment is, that investor can come and straight away invest rather than obtaining 37 approvals, NOCs. This is the historical decision and the amendment which Prime Minister has taken place. But now the special economic zones, management company will be legally empowered, and they will be able to provide such kind of facilitation. Next, please. Thank you very much. And what I would like to now conclude, that ladies and gentlemen, Pakistan is at a tipping point. And from my 40 years of experience in developing various kind of projects in Pakistan, working with Angro and HUBCO, and then I was directly responsible for almost $5 billion investment. Honest to God, you see, this kind of opportunity will never come again. So if we stay focused, if the continuity is there, there is no doubt in my Pakistan that inshallah the industrialization will take place, which will create huge opportunity for our youth, and inshallah Pakistan will be very prosperous. I will conclude with a very brief prayer, which is very close to my heart, and it goes like that, कि खुदा करे कि मेरी अर्ज़ पाक पर उतरे वो फसल गुल जिसे अंदेशाए ज़वाल ना हो, यहाँ जो फूल खिले वो खिला रहे बरसों, यहाँ ख़िज़ां को गुज़रने की भी मजाल ना हो, यहाँ जो सब्ज़ा उगे वो हमेशा सब्ज़ रहे और ऐसा सब्ज़ कि जिसकी कोई मिसाल ना हो, घनी घटाएं यहाँ ऐसी बारिशें बरसाएं कि पत्थरों से भी रूईदगी मुहाल ना हो, खुदा करे कि ना खम हो सरे वक़ार वतन और इसके हुस्न को तशवीश माह साल ना हो, हर एक शख्स हो तहज़ीब व फ़न का ऊज कमाल, कोई मलूल ना हो, कोई खस्ता हाल ना हो, और खुदा करे कि मेरे एक भी हम वतन के लिए हयात जुर्म ना हो, ज़िंदगी वबाल ना हो। पाकिस्तान जिंदाबाद।
Thank so much, sir, for such an enriched presentation. May I now request the Advisor to the Prime Minister on Commerce and Investment, Mr. Abdul Razak Dawood, Special Assistant to the Prime Minister on CPEC Affairs, Mr. Khalid Mansoor, Chairman Board of Investment, Mr. Mohammad Asfar Ehsan, Secretary Board of Investment, Ms. Farina Mazhar, Chief Secretary Government of Sindh, Mr. Syed Mumtaz Ali Shah, Additional Secretary and Executive Director General, Mr. Khashiyur Rahman, Consul General of China, Mr. Li Bijian, Project Director, Project Management Unit, Board of Investment, Mr. Asim Ayub, CEO, Service Long March, Mr. Umar Saeed, and Chief Marketing Officer, Service Long March, Mr. Zhang, to please come on the stage and witness the signing ceremony for Award of Production Certificate to Service Long March Tires Private Limited.
May I also request the Secretary Industries, Government of Sindh, and Secretary Investment Board, Government of Sindh, to please join us on the stage.
May I now invite Mr. Abdul Samid, Director General, SEZ's Board of Investment, to please come on stage and sign the production certificate of Service Long March Tires Private Limited. May I now request Honorable Chief Guest of the session, the Advisor to the Prime Minister on Commerce and Investment, Mr. Abdul Razak Dawood, to please hand over the certificate to Mr. Umar Saeed, CEO, Service Long March Tires Private Limited. Thank you, Excellencies. I would request the delegates to please take your seats. Congratulations to Service Long March Tires Private Limited. We would now request Mr. Umar Saeed, CEO, Service Long March, to share with the audience the journey of Service Long March in Pakistan. Please. And have you provided us?
Yeah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Honorable Advisor, Mr. Razak Dawood, Chairman BUI, Mr. Asfar Ehsan, SAPM on CPEC, Mr. Khalid Mansoor, Chief Secretary Saab, Honorary Consul of China in Karachi, and Ms. Farina, thank you all very much for this opportunity. I've been given the task to share with you briefly on how the first sole enterprise special economic zone was set up. If somebody can run my presentation, it will take 5-7 minutes, but it'll be important to take you through how it came along. Sure. try and do it without the screen showing it. So the global market for truck and bus tires is $100 billion. 3 years ago, Service Group, together with the Chinese company, set out to establish a truck and bus tire company in Pakistan. And by the grace of God, this 50-acre special economic zone is now set up. And today we are making tires, the first day of production of tires, which will be exported to the US from Pakistan. The capacity of this company is 750,000 tires. The investment made so far is $150 million US. We want to take it up to $300 million. We are very confident we will. All that has happened so far is music to our ears. The government has been incredibly supportive. The Board of Investment, I mean, these are long presentations, but if you go to their offices, and we worked with them for the last 4 years, it's phenomenal. The amount of support one receives is exemplary, and Razak Sahab has been involved with the project from day one. The PM himself was involved in setting up this project. And 1,000 jobs in Nooriabad, the first special economic zone in Sindh, a Punjabi businessman coming to Sindh and setting up for the first time. This all happened seamlessly. So I'm very proud to have set up this project at a time when the country was in search of exports, when the country was in search of large-scale industrial relocation from China to Pakistan. And this is, I think, a flagship project. I'm very keen to show it to anyone who wants to come and take a look at it. And for the Chinese and for the Pakistani businessmen, I think it's a great opportunity to see how large-scale industry can be shifted and how export orientation can take place. So this company has been set up to sell tires to US, Brazil, and the European Union. And God willing, we will be one of the largest exporters of the country in the next 5 years. I mean, my target is to be the #1 exporter of Pakistan in 2026. You know, the Special Economic Zone is a wonderful initiative. I encourage everyone to take it forward. When we started on this project, we didn't even know this Special Economic Zone sole enterprise existed. Razak Sahab told us that we should apply for it. We applied for it, and we ran like mad and got it going before the first machines came in. And since then, many other business groups of Pakistan have come to us, and we are open, and we want to continue to be open. My objective, or the company's objective, is not to claim that we've done it. We want 10 other companies like this to be set up in Pakistan. Be it in the same industry, we welcome it. We want the country to become a destination for exports of high technology engineering goods. Can you move to the next slide? So I think the slides are up now. Yeah, so one slide back, please. So what's this joint venture? So Service Group owns 51%, and Long March, which is a leading global manufacturer of truck and bus tires, owns 44%. How did this marriage take place? It is important to understand the process. People have talked about business-to-business meetings. I think structure to the process is very important. You can be lucky and you go into a conference room and a random Chinese investor is here and a random Pakistani business development executive is there and something could happen, but that's not the right way to do it. The right way to do it is to make a list of who are the best potential partners for yourself. So what we did was we took down a list of 10 Chinese companies, which were not very large. The $10 billion company will not come to Pakistan. They've already been setting up plants in Thailand and Vietnam and even in Eastern Europe. So you look for the right partner. We took a list of 10 and we went crazy pitching to them to come to Pakistan. And we got lucky. 3 of the 10, bid on our proposal. They came in, they visited us, we visited them. And eventually this partnership happened with Chaoyang Long March, which was looking to invest in Thailand or Vietnam. Pakistan was not their primary destination. They changed their minds when they came in and they saw the skill set in Pakistan. We don't have the materials for truck and bus tires. All the materials are imported, the rubber and the steel, and we're now starting the downstream industry. But this is a classic case of not having raw material and still bringing a large Chinese investor to come in. For 3 years, from 2014 to 17, I went to China 50 times to get a joint venture in the shoe company. We have 15,000 employees in our shoe venture, which is the largest exporter of shoes in Pakistan. And I could not close the deal. And my whole pitch at that time was that Pakistan has leather, great leather, we have local raw material. Nothing happened. It's just the dynamics weren't right. 25,000 employee factories, Pakistan was not ready for it. And those factories kept springing up in Bangladesh and India and multiple other countries. And then we changed tact and went for a high engineering good business. We were in the tire business also, and we got success in the first 14 months of trying. So you got to keep trying. You got to keep a list of people that you want to meet. Please don't go cold calling on people. Think through, why would a Chinese company come and invest in Pakistan? What we've been able to do in this venture, can you move to the next slide, please? And the next one. One slide back, please. So this is what it is now. So this company has now been set up. It happened in the COVID period. So we have turf financing, which is phenomenal. We bought $80 million of equipment at COVID prices. Nobody was buying machines at the time. We were buying machines. If you wanted, this infrastructure that we built is 50% cheaper than if you want to go out and build it today. We were building it in COVID when there was no demand for steel and cement, and it is what it is. Today, if somebody wants to set it up, it's a 3-year journey. So I look at it as a great opportunity, again, for my family business also, that we have a 3-year exclusive monopoly in the local market. Pakistan makes no truck and bus tires. The entire country's transportation, coal, cement, steel, exports, imports, all trade happens on imported tires. Can you imagine a country as big as ours with $100 billion of trade and not a single truck and bus tire made in this country? So this is a massive import substitution opportunity also. And this project happens to be a sole enterprise special economic zone. I think people going after us will be luckier. Dhabeji is a phenomenal opportunity. I mean, if Dhabeji was in its current form, we would have located our plant in Dhabeji, but we've gone into Nooriabad and done it there. Next slide, please. So benefits to the economy, there'll be foreign exchange through exports, import substitution, technology transfer into Pakistan. It's unreal. We have been in the tire business for 40 years, and we have 24 billion rupees of sales in tires. And when our people come and look at this factory that we set up with Chinese technology, modern technology, they're blown away. It is nothing even close to anything that Pakistan has ever built. So that a Pakistani entrepreneur could not have done it on his own. And these are things that we need to go and look to China for help with. China is world-class in tire technology, world-class in steel tire technology. And we are very fortunate to have a great partner, and one of my joint venture partners, George, is here. There's direct and indirect employment, and obviously there was FDI from China in this project. So what's the vision? I think our vision is to be the best value for money TBR company in Asia. So my competition obviously is not Pakistan. I worry about Thailand and Vietnam. Those guys have local raw materials. I don't have local raw materials. So the transportation cost is my only disadvantage, but we'll cover it. We'll cover it through the help of the government, which has been phenomenal in cheap financing. And I've been requesting the advisor for a quick announcement of DLTL. I mean, Asfar Saab mentioned the continuation of policies is very important. For the first 3 years of this government, they had a DLTL policy. And it's been 9 months. The industry is waiting for DLTL to continue. I think it is imperative that it is announced now. Our tires can't be exported without some incentives in the first year or two. We've been giving these incentives when this project was set up. And now it has just taken 9 months for the next incentive to be announced. We're keenly awaiting that. And on to my last slide, I think. So this line that I've drawn here, the line is where Service Long March is located. And all the red countries, the US, Brazil, all of the European Union, some African countries, are countries where China has anti-dumping tariffs imposed on it. So all these countries cannot buy from China. They've already put a limit on buying from China. So whenever these guys buy from these countries, the first port of stop for them will be Service Long March. If Service Long March can't supply them tires, only then will they go to India, which, by the way, is less competitive than we are even today, because they don't have the Chinese technology that we have, or then they go to Thailand, Vietnam, Malaysia, Indonesia. So we have a great opportunity. This is global trade. You know, a lot of my conversations are with the ambassador of Pakistan at the WTO in Geneva, and we keep checking on which countries, what tariffs, and this is global competition. And we're loving it, and I want this line to be a $500 million line in 5 years, where $500 million worth of tires, import or trade is stopped here, and the other 25 billion can go to these countries after us. So this is the geographical location advantage. This is the cost position we've taken. We are now in execution stage. If we can build capacity and execute in the time that we think we can, I think this will be an incredible success, and this will become a benchmark for large-scale Chinese investments in Pakistan. And I pray to God that Allah allows us to execute the way we want to execute, and we can fulfill the dreams that the current government had from us, and we will be proud as a family to deliver this project to Pakistan. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing the insightful presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, moving right along, it is our pleasure to have with us the Honorable Chief Guest of the session, the Advisor to the Prime Minister on Commerce and Investment, Mr. Abdul Razak Dawood. Mr. Abdul Razak Dawood is the former Federal Minister and held the portfolio of Commerce, Industries and Production from November 1999 till November 2022. He is the founder of Descon and chairman of renowned Pakistan Business Council. Would you please join me in welcoming Mr. Abdul Razak Dawood to deliver his address?
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. The BOI Chairman, Mr. Khalid Mansoor, SAPM, to the Prime Minister, Mr. Mumtaz Ali Shah, Chief Secretary, the Government of Sindh, Mr. Lee Beijing, the Commercial Counselor in Karachi, distinguished business people from China and Pakistan, the distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. Today we have gathered at a very auspicious occasion. We have the BOI and we have the CPEC, and we talk about all these things that we're talking on how to move forward in our relationship between China and Pakistan. But the moment that I'm really pleased about today is that what we saw of the Long March and the service group coming together. I remember very fondly when we did the opening ceremony right in Lahore where the project was introduced. And in those days, everyone seemed, wow, a big investment is coming into Pakistan from China. Will it go through? Will it not? Etc., etc. And here we are today celebrating their success, and their plant is now ready for operations. And what a wonderful project, because not only is it import substitution, but it is also exports from Pakistan. Chinese and Pakistanis getting together to put up a project and export to the Western world, including America. So it is a big moment, and I really feel Allah kare a day comes when we will be celebrating these type of openings every day, and then our economy moves forward. Today, we've heard the BOI, we've heard Khalid Mansoor give a lot of things, we've heard the Sindh Chief Secretary, so I will not go over what they have said, but only to say that honestly now, after you hear all this, the building blocks to economic growth, rapid economic growth, are now all, inshallah and alhamdulillah, coming into place. We are seeing these structures. Through CPEC, through the cooperation of the Chinese government, we got out of our power difficulties, and we have substantially improved our infrastructure. With that in mind, what openings, what opportunities does it give us? They have mentioned many projects, many opportunities. I will not talk about that. I'll give a different angle to this opportunities that we have. And that opportunity is regional connectivity. We have the infrastructure now, and what we did was, under the vision by the Prime Minister, that we want regional connectivity with our northern neighbors. So we've gone forward, and I'm very happy to say that next Monday, 21st of March, inshallah, for the first time in our history, Pakistani trucks can go into Afghanistan, go into Uzbekistan. Uzbek trucks will come into Pakistan, Afghani trucks will come into Pakistan, and this is the beginning, a step towards regional connectivity. If trucks in Portugal can go through Spain, France, Germany, and end up in the Netherlands, why can't our trucks grow from here straight through to Afghanistan, Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, and beyond? We have put the transit trade agreement in place, the trucking in place, the custom unions are integrated, valuation agreements have been integrated. So now we are all set. And this big step is starting next Monday. Why am I so excited about the Central Asian republics? Central Asian republics are a population of 72 million. They do trade of 800 billion. And just on the sympathy of we're moving together, no agreements were signed, and during that period, our exports to the Central Asian republics grew by 147%. So it just shows the type of opportunities we have. So now, and the thing that has not been talked about, and I want to mention a little bit, so that means we get it in the right framework for our Chinese partners and our Pakistanis. The guiding principle Khalid Mansoor did mention, and I want to re-emphasize it, this investments through CPEC is not China specific. Everybody can come forward, and we've discussed this very thing at the highest level in China, and also they were agreeing. So ladies and gentlemen, what are the guiding principles that we've been trying to move for the last 3 years? And I honestly feel that it is beginning to show results substantially. One of the principles was move away from being a trading economy to a manufacturing economy. We do not want just import of finished goods and use that as the engine of growth for our GDP. No. We want import substitution, and through that, make in Pakistan. We must make in Pakistan, and then once we have made in Pakistan, it's an export-led growth strategy. we must export, export, export. That is our long-term survival. And I'm happy to say we're all seeing the results of our export-driven policy, that inshallah, last year we broke the record of our exports, and inshallah this year we will break the record again. We are on the right track. The export results of March this month are going to be pivotal, and I am very optimistic that we will have good results coming through. We have, as Farina has said, ease of doing business has improved, reducing the costs of doing business. We have reduced the tariff structure, whether it's pharmaceutical, whether it's textiles, engineering, footwear. We have reduced the duty. And I'm happy to say that in the next budget, we will reduce the duties, custom duties, additional custom duties, regulatory duties, much more. We want to bring our duties down and being competitive with the rest of the world. And high duties are an anti-export bias, so we will reduce and we will do so. To achieve all this, we have done tariff rationalization, as I've just said, and under the strategic trade policy framework, we want export diversification. What we have just witnessed a signing today is part of that export diversification. We were never in the business of exporting truck tires, and here we are now doing this. Also under our strategic trade policy framework, we've got to have geographical diversification. Pakistan has a very narrow range of products and a very narrow range of countries, which is not acceptable, and we have to, and we are, alhamdulillah, we are doing it. I've just said our exports to Central Asian Republic up by 147%. Our exports in the same way to Africa under our Look Africa policy are also in the same way. To the businessmen, to our Chinese friends, please put up facilities here and then export to Africa. I've been there now 3 times, and every time I go, I get really the excitement. The last one we did when we went to Lagos in Nigeria, and we did a single country exhibition. We were swamped by people coming in and taking orders, and many people have now opened up offices there. Please, to all our business people, this is the time. Things are going well, and I implore you to take more and more of your focus, your energy into Africa and the Central Asian republics. How are things going? Is the business environment today good? The Overseas Chamber, every year, the Overseas Chamber brings out a business climate survey. And I remember the first one that came in 2020, very, very critical of the government. Ye tik nahi hai, ye tik nahi hai, ye tik nahi hai. What's going on here? What's going on there? This time around, they came and they made the presentation to the Prime Minister. And on all parameters, alhamdulillah, we are now doing well. This is not a government propaganda that I'm giving. This is a group of professional business people of the Overseas Chamber. The same people criticized us 2 years ago, the same people are saying, no, we are now on track. So, if we are on track and things are going well, you can see the exports going up, investments going up, environment looking good. I think, alhamdulillah, we do have a great opportunity. To our Chinese partners, yes, there will be faults in Pakistan. You will have difficulties. Something goes wrong in any project, for which I do apologize. But the way you are now coming in, and Khalid has just described the whole thing, I think the opportunities are great, and I look forward to our Pakistani men and women to go to reach out and make joint ventures and make investments in Pakistan, because this is perhaps honestly a wonderful time. The situation in the world today, yes, it's difficult. We know what's going on in Western Europe. We know that we must cooperate and work and integrate ourselves much more with our Chinese partners and take avail of the opportunities that we have. I say, let us go forward with hope in our hearts. Let not the next generation of businessmen say to us, they, in 2022, they had an opportunity and they missed it. Let us not witness that. Let us look at our economic development, and we all know that economic development is a long journey. I started my talk by talking of the long march, and I would like to conclude by talking about the long journey. Ladies and gentlemen, economic development is not a trip. It is not. It is a journey, a long journey. But I ask you all, let us get together and make it an adventure to greatness, for the betterment of our country, for the betterment of our partners in China, and betterment of our future generation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for enlightening us with your insightful address. Dear delegates, we are thankful to our honorable guests for taking out time today. May I now request the Minister of State and Chairman Board of Investment, Mr. Asfar Ehsan, to present souvenirs to our esteemed guests of this session. Firstly, we would request our honorable guest, Consul General of China, His Excellency Mr. Li Bijian, to please receive the shield from Chairman, Board of Investment. Now we would request our honorable guest, Chief Secretary, Government of Sindh, Mr. Syed Mumtaz Ali Shah, to please receive the shield from Chairman, Board of Investment. Now we would request our Honorable Guest Special Assistant to the Prime Minister on CPEC Affairs, Mr. Khalid Mansoor, to please receive the shield from Chairman, Board of Investment. May I now request Mr. Omar Saeed, CEO, Service Long March Tires Corporation Limited, to please receive the shield from Chairman, Board of Investment. We also welcome our Chief Guest, Mr. Ikramullah Jan Tharijo Saab, to the session. Now, in the end, we would request our Honorable Chief Guest of the session, Advisor to the Prime Minister on Commerce and Investment, Mr. Abdul Razak Dawood, to please come forward and receive the shield from Chairman, Board of Investment, Mr. Asfar Ehsan, as a token of gratitude for attending today's event. Ladies and gentlemen, with this we come to the end of our inaugural session. Now we will have a short tea break of 15 to 20 minutes, and we'll be back by around 1 p.m. Everyone is requested to please be back in time so that we may start our first session, Industrial Cooperation in Pakistan. Thank you so much. Dear guests, welcome back. Now we move on to our first session, which revolves around the industrial cooperation in Pakistan. Would you please welcome our first guest speaker, Secretary, Investment Department, Government of Sindh, Mr. Bilal Ahmed Maiman, to brief the audience about the regional potential, competitive clusters, and opportunities. Overview of advancement in ease of doing business in Sindh, Pakistan. Over to you, sir.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. The chief guest, Jam Ikramullah Khan Dharejo Saab, distinguished guests, my fellow investors, colleagues, Assalamu alaikum, Bhali Kare Aya in Sindhi language, welcome. So I am here today to explain why Sindh is the land of opportunities, why you should also consider Sindh as your, if not the first, at least the second destination among Pakistan. So let me use this. So Sindh dates back to 5000 BC, where the invention of wheel has really transformed Sindh's progress through centuries. Now in the modern times, Sindh is almost second to none among the Pakistani provinces. So introducing Sindh, for those who are new to Sindh, they should know we are third largest by size, second largest by population. We have 350 kilometers of coastline, almost 50 million of population, 56% of the labor force of Pakistan, 2 dynamic seaports, 42% of the large-scale manufacturing is in Sindh. Administratively, we have 6 divisions, 29 districts, and we are the largest gas-producing province of Pakistan. So among the competitive edges of Sindh, we are the host to the Pakistan Stock Exchange. As I mentioned, 42% of the large-scale manufacturing and seaports. Thar coal needs no introduction. It has capacity of 100,000 megawatt for 300 years. We have 50,000 megawatt of wind potential. More than 50% of country's oil is produced from Sindh, 70% of country's gas, and about 7.5 meter per square meter solar insulation is here. So 40 million consumers, so this economy is transforming itself from now consuming to the production side. Among the competitive edges, we have 3 domestic airports, 1 international obviously, sophisticated IT infrastructure. 71% of the marine resources of Pakistan lies here in Sindh. A very well-established legal system. Service sector accounts for about 54%, and doing business reforms, which we normally claim as great improvement in Pakistan. So Karachi only has 65% weightage in the doing business index of Pakistan. And Sindh has proudly been hosting the first special economic zone, which is Khairpur Special Economic Zone in Pakistan. So among the institutions of investment which we offer you is the investment department to which I belong, the Special Economic Zone Authority, and I'm the CEO of the SEZA as well. Among the, I believe, the competitive edges is the successful and very demonstrated experience we have gained in public-private partnership unit. And you would be delighted to know that the Economist magazine has ranked province of Sindh as 6th best in the Asia and has surpassed even the ranking of Pakistan as regards the public-private partnership unit. We have very vibrant Thar Coal and Energy Board, and you will be witnessing today one of the most successful story of Thar Coal here in this room. So we have a very good and established transport and mass transit authority. STDC, Sindh is the only province which has its own transmission and dispatch company, tourism development company, and we are also under the special economic zone framework. So investment department, how do we help you? We not only promote, we provide we act as a bridge between you and the government and getting you all the permits. We provide the framework for implementation of investment policy. We develop and support PPP unit and act as one window unit to you. So it is not just a department, it hosts at least two vibrant companies. One is Sindh Economic Zone Management Company, which is developing that Dabeji Special Economic Zone. We have Education City. About 9,000 acres of land has been dedicated on which universities have started establishing. And we have a dynamic SEDF which provides the agriculture subsidy and provides for innovative framework in Sindh. Besides that, we have compatible and livable city of Karachi, and we are transforming doing business in Sindh through DBRAU and CLIC. So not only we are hoping to it, we have already accomplished about 80% of the reforms of PRMI, Prime Minister Initiative, and Sindh is leading that initiative in Pakistan. So among the regional potential we have, I have divided my presentation on division-wise so that you have clear idea that Sindh is not only Karachi. Karachi has tapped resources, but interior Sindh has untapped resources which you may sort of calculate upon. Sorry. G. So Karachi, as all we know, is provincial headquarter and financial capital of Pakistan. It has two seaports, Karachi Port and Mohammed bin Qasim Port, headquarters of stock exchange. 29% of the service sector of country is within Karachi division. 42% of large-scale manufacturing is also in Karachi division. We have growing textile, pharmaceutical, and food processing industry. 48% of seaborne trade is here. We have 3 special economic zones and the largest education city in the Asia, comprising 9,000 acres. Not to mention again 350 kilometers of coastline, 71% of marine resources, 74% of Pakistan's cargo and logistics services routes from here, largest custom services house, railway networks, national, provincial, and a very sophisticated highway network, large housing, estate, and construction industry. 27% of GDP contribution of Pakistan comes from Karachi division, very well-established universities, sophisticated telecommunication, and an international airport. So Bin Qasim Port is providing you the connectivity which is unparalleled to any industrial state in Pakistan. Like it's very close to main link, railway line, close to airport. It has close to 5 kilometers from the national highway, and all the railway line is crossing across that industrial zone where EPZA, Indus Motors, Park Suzuki, and this Port Qasim is situated. So investment potential in Karachi is like global value chain, re-export potential is here, IT is almost unexplored here, we are going into it, e-commerce, banking and financial institutions, health, education, tourism, and above all, public-private partnership is our competitive edges in Karachi. So beyond Karachi, I believe the divisions and the regions have largely been untapped. So I would like your attention to witness this opportunity you are seeing. And ladies and gentlemen, you have the booklet before you, which provides you the shovel-ready projects. And if you do not carry the book, we have the booklets. We can provide you to explore the specific shovel-ready investments in Sindh. So Hyderabad region comprises of 43% urban and 57% rural population. We are 5th largest mango producing region in the world, just this division. Very well established Indus River irrigation system, 12,000 micro cottage small and medium industries, Nuriabad industrial estate where the service Long March is situated, Kirthan mountain range about 173 kilometers, Gorakh Hill is like a little bit of our Murray here. One of the largest lakes in Asia, Manchar Lake is here, and 47% contribution in dairy produce is from this region. We have 50,000 megawatt wind corridor in this region, 38% producer of the vegetable and fruit in province, 21% of cotton and sugar. Jamshoro, as we all know, is hub of universities in the region. Ranikote, the largest fort, is up for investment, and we have 49 tourist places in this region alone. So investment potential in Hyderabad region is focused on food processing and raw materials, wind and solar energy production, mega industries in construction and steel, tourism, science and technology, e-commerce, education, and health. And I'll be discussing shovel-ready projects in this regions as well. So we have another region which we YouTube called Nawabshah, is now called Shahid Benazirabad division. It is 62% rural and 38% urban. Largest producer of cotton and grapefruit in the province. Well-established Indus river irrigation system, we all know. Its range of Achro Third is there. Sangar is the gas-producing unit of this division. We have Mant Jamrao, a freshwater lake having 81 species of wildlife and 53 fish species. So this region contributes about 21% in vegetable and fruits. So investment potential in Shahid Benazirabad is focused in food processing and raw material, cotton and seeds oil industries, fish and shrimp farming, meat processing industries, grapefruits, multi-fruits processing plants, tourism, desert and fishing, and Naushera Feroz Special Economic Zone, which is at the advanced stage of completion. The fifth division we have is Ladkano. It is the oldest Indus civilization which houses Mohenjo-daro, dates back to 5000 BC, and the largest producer of rice in the province. Two provinces, Balochistan and Punjab, has connectivity with this Ladkano region. We have one airport, Mohenjo-daro Airport, which is a domestic airport. Ladkano industrial site is being developed as a new industrial hub for the interior Sindh. 3 out of 5 districts are gas producing. We have handicraft in all the 5 districts. Guava producing, in fact, the region is known for guava producing, and the export level pickles and food items. So the investment potential in Ladkano region is food processing, rice barn oil, modern farming, meat processing, vegetable, fruit, and pulp industries. You may have more details about these investment in the booklet we have or on the website of the investment department. So the Sakhar region we have serves as the central point for country, and I had the privilege of being the Deputy Commissioner for the region as well. So it is the largest producer of dates in Pakistan. The first SEZ, Khairpur Special Economic Zone, is in this region, which is already up and running, and about 9 industrial estates have started producing. Yes. So we have Sakhar Airport, which serves as a domestic airport. The competitive edge of this region is banana, wheat, and tomato, and almost all districts are gas producing. So the investment potential of this region is Khairpur Special Economic Zone, which is up, though the space is very limited now. Wheat and rice product industries, steel and cement industries, banana, supply chain logistics, brands, value chain, and solar material manufacturing. And the last region we have is Mipu Khas, which is home to Thar coal. So the largest human-friendly desert, Thar, is in this region. We are the largest producer of chilies variety, the largest region of coal to energy, well-established road network. 2 airports, Sindri and Mai Bakhtawar, are in this region only, and the favorable regions for beans, guar, chickpeas, and green legume. Potential solar energy base is also in this region. So the investment potential we are talking is chilies and guar, coal exploration, tourism, desert safari and camping, mango. Obviously, we all know it's produced almost over 100 species of mango, modern farming of cows and beef, and a very new concept of alternative protein farming, in which we have been collaborating with the government of Singapore to promote this as well. So that booklet I was mentioning is titled Sindh Investment Opportunities, and it has over 24 of projects which are ready and upcoming for investment. We have almost pitched here about 6 which are ready. So these are the priority sectors in which Sindh is open for investment, like food, science and technology, infrastructure, energy, education, health, automobile, textile, pharmaceuticals, construction and state, halal, global value chain, modern farming, laboratories, and startups and accelerator, in which we are collaborating with NED to develop NED Technology Park. So among the priority investment-ready projects is the Khairpur Special Economic Zone, which is spread over 140 acres. All the utilities, including gas, electricity, and water, are available. We are installing the ETP also there, which will be ready by in 3 months. So industry is already there, up and running and producing products. The second opportunity for the Chinese investors and other investors is the date processing plants in the region. We have already established, or in fact close to establishing that in the Thari Mirwa area of district Khairpur. So such date processing plants can be replicated, and that Khairpur region is producing about 75% of date in the Pakistan region. So you will be right in the midst of the raw materials. So the controlled atmosphere cold storage is being developed. We have shared the GPS coordinates and the project features. Any of you who are interested can just click this QR code on the booklet or on our website and have more details. So I believe this would be the last slide. So we are developing a technology park in collaboration with NAD, and Government of Sindh is not just providing the legal framework, but is coming up as an equity investment in this NAD University Technology Park, which is being developed over 50,000 square feet of the commercial space, which is available at a subsidized rate to the innovators and incubators. So this is, I believe, would be covered by my co-speaker. He'll be focusing on the third part, but this is the green hydrogen production base in which Sindh government is part of the global sort of innovative in hydrogen product, and we are open to investment in this sector as well. Yes, I believe. Thank you. Okay. So this was our success story in the PPP framework, in which not only we have achieved the financial close, but the project has achieved its commercial and economic objectives. We call it Hyderabad-Mirpur Khas Dual Carriageway. So with this, I thank you all and welcome to the land of opportunities. Shishi.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your valuable insights. Ladies and gentlemen, our next guest speaker is Dr. Nasir Afghan from China Study Center, Institute of Business Administration, Karachi. Dr. Nasir Afghan, please join us on the stage to enlighten us on the industrial relocation, dynamics, and opportunities of industrialization in Pakistan. Thank you.
कौन सा वाला यहाँ से फॉरवर्ड होगा उसके ऊपर आपने करना अच्छा ठीक है बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम अस्सलाम वालेकुम लेडीज़ एंड जेंटलमैन ये बड़े अरसे बाद वी हैव अपॉर्चुनिटी टू टॉक अबाउट CPEC. I mean, we started thinking about CPEC since 2016. There were a lot of ups and downs during last several years. But one thing is very clear, that CPEC is beyond politics and government succession. Either the Nawaz Sharif government or Imran Khan government or any People Party or Muslim League, or CPEC is important for all of us. I think it is the second nuclear program for Pakistan. A few weeks back, we had an Australian Deputy High Commissioner visited us at IBA, China Study Center. And I said to her actually, that CPEC is a Marshall Plan for Pakistan. Because what happened after Second World War in Europe, the Americans helped European countries, around 17 countries, Southern European, to help and develop their economies. And China is doing exactly the same. And this is what our conceptualization is about CPEC. CPEC is not to colonize Pakistan. It is not about making Pakistan a sub-judicial country for China. No, we are not. We are independent. We are a very strong, independent country. We negotiated every deal. We never accepted any deal which was not in the self-interest of Pakistan and its people. So I think it's a very win-win situation for Pakistan to work with Chinese, ask them to help us, and create opportunities for the region. And I will explain a little bit more about what can we do actually together in order to improve the quality of life for common people, which is still missing, actually. The outcome from CPEC, which the benefits to people, we still have to see, actually. We are working. I think the next phase, when it is implemented, industrialization, the jobs, and the exports, then we will see some improvement and the income generation for the common people in Pakistan. And after a third coal, actually, if we were able to produce few thousand megawatt, I mean, with 1,200, 1,300 megawatt will not have any impact on the price of Karachi people. If they are producing 10,000 megawatt from coal, then perhaps we will see a declining price of electricity. So, Bismillah ar-Rahman, first of all, I like to thank you all for listening. These lengthy, I will not take much time, I hope. But I'm a teacher. The only two things I know in life: how to talk and how to think. So perhaps maybe I will be talking a little bit more than thinking, but only two things I know in my life, actually. I will give you some background. I think quickly. First of all, I think we need to thank government of China giving us the CPEC and helping Pakistan develop its industrial and manufacturing sector. Because Pakistan is already, since 2007, is case for premature deindustrialization. हमारा जो मैन्युफैक्चरिंग ग्रोथ रेट है जीडीपी का वो 2007 से ही डिक्लाइन पे ऊपर है, ठीक है. हमारा सर्विस सेक्टर का इम्प्रूव हुआ है, बट जो प्रॉब्लम हमारे मुल्क को है सबसे ज़्यादा जो जिसमें सैलरी की भी इंक्रीमेंट है वो बहुत ख़राब है, क्योंकि हमने लड़कों को फूड पांडा का ड्राइवर बना दिया है, सिक्योरिटी गार्ड बना दिया है. ये जो सर्विस सेक्टर की ग्रोथ है ये एक्चुअली रियल इनकम नहीं ग्रो करेगी आपकी. जो रियल इनकम ग्रोथ आएगी वो मैन्युफैक्चरिंग से आएगी, और मैन्युफैक्चरिंग हमने 2007 से डिक्लाइन पे चले गए थे. तो अभी ये एक मौका है. आई थिंक दिस इज़ द बेस्ट अपॉर्चुनिटी फॉर अस टू रिवाइव आवर इंडस्ट्रियल बेस, इंक्रीज आवर प्रोडक्शन एंड एक्सपोर्ट ओरिएंटेड प्रोडक्शन. तो उसमें हमारे नौजवानों के लड़के लड़कियों के लिए जॉब अपॉर्चुनिटी ज़्यादा अच्छी होंगी, इनकम जनरेशन ज़्यादा अच्छी होगी. अच्छा, मैं मिक्स करूँगा इंग्लिश उर्दू दोनों. एक्चुअली आई थिंक we should have a little freedom to speak in our own language also. So, CPEC is for me is a Pakistan ki iqtisadi share aa gaya. This is something very, very important, which we want to understand and how we can convert this opportunity. In 2016, actually, I remember December, we had a conference in PIDE, Islamabad, and I suggested CPEC authority to them. And the idea was that we should have a CPEC authority, which is basically all covering all the aspects. The BOI part and the CPEC authority part, it should be integrated, I think. I think it is now, we are working a little bit separately, but I think they all have a same purpose, same mission. But from the intellectual point of view, I would like to see a more strong, centralized authority to make decisions, to make policies, to implement, and monitor how much we are implementing and what benefits we are providing or not. I mean, monitoring का part भी है, वो भी होना चाहिए इस पूरे CPEC implementation process के अंदर. But I am glad कि 2019 में फिर CPEC authority बन गई, मेरा ख्याल है. देर आमद बदरुस्त आमद. अच्छा, ये जो मार्शल प्लान का जो आइडिया था ना, वो ये था कि पाकिस्तान का जो CPEC है, देखिए वो तो पहला फेज़ तो तकरीबन हो गया है. एनर्जी कॉरिडोर बन गए, रोड इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर आ गया ही है. अब ये जो तीसरा फेज़ है बेसिकली जो इंडस्ट्रियलाइजेशन का, ये बहुत मुश्किल है, बहुत चैलेंजिंग है, ये नहीं आसान. ये इसमें वी नीड अ स्ट्रॉन्ग सपोर्ट फ्रॉम इंडस्ट्रीज़. We need a strong support from associations. We need to work with the Chinese businesses in every cluster. I mean, there are many clusters in China who wants to come and invest in Pakistan. They want to know more about Pakistan economy, Pakistan production systems, Pakistan labor laws, Pakistan. We met one of the Chinese groups in near Beijing, and they said, can you export people from Pakistan? I said, no. We want you to come and use our people and produce in Pakistan. मतलब जिस तरह हमने मिडिल ईस्ट में सारे अपने वर्कर भेज दिए हैं, वो भी अच्छी चीज़ है. एक्चुअली हमारी इकोनॉमी इस वक्त जो है वो रेमिटेंस पे चल रही है. लेकिन ये कि वी नीड एन एक्चुअल प्रोडक्शन मैन्युफैक्चरिंग सेक्टर इन पाकिस्तान. And they want to come actually. And I will show you one of the examples that recently we have helped one of the Chinese group to invest $100 million in Sindh province. That is actually a great opportunity for Chinese businesses to exploit our young generation, not only to produce, but also to export to other countries and to China. So Pakistan ka jo main idea yahi tha ki ji, this Marshall Plan is sponsored by US, and now CPEC is the industrial cooperation is a Pakistan Marshall Plan. So ये यूरोपियंस को, अमेरिकन्स को, सबको हमें ये बताना चाहिए भाई हमारा आपसे कोई झगड़ा नहीं है. देखिए, चाइनीज इज हेल्पिंग अस, इट्स ओके. यू वांट टू हेल्प अस. They are going to help to Ukraine now. They are busy in Ukraine for next 20, 30 years, I think. First, they have to finish the war, and then they have to build the economies of Belarus and Ukraine. And they will spend around $300 billion already. Americans already, actually, उन्होंने जंग शुरू होने से पहले ही $300 billion की प्लानिंग कर दी है कि हम यहाँ पे इतने पैसे खर्च करेंगे अगले 10 सालों में. You see, so Pakistan need this kind of money to develop its industrial base and in infrastructure. So we think that we are grateful to our friend Chinese, and we want to create that environment for Pakistani youth. This is a success. I would not say failure. I mean, CPEC is not dead. CPEC is not a failure. CPEC is still alive. It is actually has different phases, but I think now what I see, the momentum, and I see the energy and the young people who are now leading the BOI and the Sindh Investment Board, I think, especially this, the Habeji Industrial Zone, it came out, I think there is a potential. It is potential for every one of you, actually, to set up your companies in Pakistan. If the Chinese want to joint venture, this is a great opportunity. Pakistan gonna grow, inshallah ta'ala. I'm telling you with my analysis of the economies, Pakistan has a great potential, and we will achieve our growth objective next year much better than last year. This is the company that I was talking about. This is a Zhejiang Apollo Holding Group. The CEO is Mr. Chen Mingding. He's from China. He was part of China Ocean Engineering Company who were building Pakistan nuclear power plants. He is a hydraulic engineer. I know him very well personally. And he's a very, very good businessman. And so he actually wanted to ask me, what should I do with Pakistan? So I suggested to him that, you buy a land, I will help you buying this land, and you set up training centers to train our young generation to work for the Chinese companies in China. So he bought the land, and then he set up these 4 companies. One of the colleague of his, I think they're gonna talk about more. This is a very fantastic, good idea. They are going to set up a copper refinery. They are going to set up a training center. They would train young boys and girls in Chinese language programming. They will teach them programming, and they will get work from the Chinese companies as an outsourced company, and they will provide jobs. So I think this is an excellent opportunity for any Chinese company who wants to come in Sindh province. They can use the young generation, train them, and provide them jobs. And so this is one of the area that I think there is a potential for investment in the area. If you look at the early Chinese special economic zones, it started from the first zone in 1978, 79. Deng Xiaoping cleared this land, which is now Shenzhen economic zone. It is one of the most high technology area. We visited several times. It is next to Hong Kong. You can see the Hong Kong from the Shanghai, Shenzhen. And it was like a Dhabeji, really, really. We don't have to do many SEZs, if we focus Dhabeji, I mean, we can political, this is a wrong statement, I will take back my statement, कि ये हर जगह 15, 16, 20, कोई SEZ, 15, 16 SEZ इकट्ठे नहीं बनेंगे, नहीं बन सकते. देखें, ये not possible that you can achieve all the 14 SEZs successful. You need to start from first. The first SEZ should be tested, learn from it, make it successful, then you transform this knowledge to other SEZs. So I think I'm not a policy maker, I'm not a politician, I'm not a decision maker, of course. I'm just a teacher, professor, I teach, and I do research. I will pick only one Dhabeji, and I will say this Dhabeji is going to become Shenzhen for next 30 years. We will focus on this SEZ. And what Chinese did in Shenzhen, we will do this in Dhabeji. So I think that will be, there are chances of success for Dhabeji which will be much higher. If we spread, if you have 200 rupees and you spread so much everywhere, your return will not be so high. So you need to choose which area that you should focus. अच्छा, दूसरा जो इम्पोर्टेंट एरिया है जिसको मैं कहता हूँ चाइना, पाकिस्तान, अफगानिस्तान इकोनॉमिक ट्रेड कॉरिडोर, CPEC की जो नेचुरल ग्रोथ है वो सेंट्रल एशिया है. पाकिस्तान, देखो, चाइना 500 साल के बाद दोबारा सेंट्रल एशिया से कनेक्ट हुआ है. Chinese economy is connected with Central Asian economies after 500 years ago. The Silk Road, which was starting from China and going to the Russia and Central Asia, it is now active. Which is Daud Saab ne actually the line boli, wo meri line thi actually, because this is going to help us. हमारा Central Asia जो है ना, वो हमारा background है, वो हमारा playground है. हमारी economy की growth सारी वहाँ पे होनी है. Pakistan was the center of Central Asian civilization. देखें, जो लोग भी बाबर से लेके जितने लोग Central Asia से आए, वो पाकिस्तान के through India गए. Pakistan is a strategically located country which will help China or India or any foreign country to go trade with the Central Asians. अभी अफगानिस्तान आज़ाद हो गया, अफगानिस्तान के अंदर हुकूमत आ गई है जो प्रो पाकिस्तान है और प्रो चाइना भी है एक्चुअली. वो प्रो हर जगह है, वैसे वो तो हर, they want to have a good relation with everyone. And they are asking us actually, many of these Afghan ministers, they are asking us, please help us to explore our minerals. They are asking us to help them to sell their mineral resources to China, to other countries. You see, there is a great opportunity for Pakistani firms to do the mapping, to surveys. We have a potential. We can develop this link with the Chinese, and we can start doing the mineral exploration to the Central Asians. So Pakistan CPEC has actually natural growth area, which is Central Asia. So I think this is a historical opportunity for us to connect. This the geostatic location is a significant advantage. And the Chinese money, with the Chinese technology, with the human resources that we have, yeah, please, khamosh ho jayenge. I'm a teacher. I don't like. So Chinese together, we can develop this opportunity, and CPEC can grow actually to Central Asia. And I think this is very good for us. Good timing is very nice for us. So these are some of the SEZs that we discussed. I think some of the northern SEZs can be a good area for the supplying product to the Punjab and Pakhtunkhwa markets. But the real export potential is in Dhabeji. So if you want to develop export industries, please focus on Dhabeji. Dhabeji is providing great opportunity. You can see the 20-foot container cost from 2020, $380 to reach to $880, almost double. This was presented also by the Khalid Saab, that there is an economic sense for us, for the Chinese, to invest in production centers in the Pakistan. And we can help them reduce the cost and access to the market very well. This is the map I wanted to show you. When Shenzhen was started, you can see the picture, the first picture, and the below is the present Shenzhen. And this is the picture which we have of Dhabeji. So there is a similarity. I mean, location wise, कोई भी map एक जैसा हो सकता है, लेकिन जो access to sea, access to जो skilled manpower, वो धाबीजी में मुयस्सर हो सकती है. कराची के लोगों की potential है कि वो skilled worker produce कर सके. I think this is a very good advantage to धाबीजी. Lower cost to export with the excellent labor pool. Industrial zone is important for us to focus on production. We can have, at the same time, we can win-win situation. And I think Sindh should take an opportunity. This is actually Sindh के जो भी leadership है, I think उनके लिए उनकी जिम्मेदारी है actually कि अगर ये धाबे जी को successful करें. अगर उन्होंने अपनी जिम्मेदारी नहीं पूरी की, ये opportunity miss हो गई, then I think we will be actually sacrificing a lot. What we suggest actually, the light industries, halal industry, because halal industry का बहुत market है, तकरीबन $20 billion की market है ये halal industry. और हमारे यहाँ से मीट जा रहा है, लेकिन we can produce a lot of halal food to the Islamic material जो है ये इस industry में हो सकता है. And lastly, I think IT. We should focus on Huawei, we should focus on Alibaba, Dion, और जो इनके top 5 electronics software companies हैं, we should do everything to bring them. We should bring at least one of these top companies to धाबेजी. उनके अगर पैर भी पकड़ने पड़ते हैं ना, उनके पकड़े, उनसे कहें 20 आप आएँ, आपको जो चाहिए हम दें, उनको जो चीज़ें वो चाहें उनको दें. Actually अगर वो एक break through हो गया ना, तो then you will have more companies investing in धाबेजी inshallah ta'ala. So what we need actually, Chinese speaking labor pool. I think you need to work a lot on Chinese language. We should have a colony, government sponsored colonies, where they can live and stay, but they should work in those factories. I think the new city between Sajawal and Dhabeji could be actually a good advantage to provide a good support to the industry. Tax-free zone वगैरह ये तो उन्होंने बता दिया है. मेरा ख्याल है उस पर तो काफ़ी बात हो चुकी है. लेकिन जो सक्सेस होगी वो स्ट्रॉन्ग इंडिपेंडेंट इंडस्ट्रियल जोन की मैनेजमेंट भी होगी. But I realize visiting Chinese, their special economic zone authority were very, very smart people, very intelligent, very powerful. They were learning by doing. They will make a policy, they will implement it, they will realize that it is wrong, they will change it. They were doing everything to attract businesses, and they were doing more than everything to retain them. Attraction is not important. You can attract, give them 5-year tax break, and they will come invest. But if you are unable to retain them, they will go somewhere else. So the challenge is not to attract, but to retain them, to give them continuous support. I think that's very important. So Chinese language की जो importance है वो उससे कोई इनकार नहीं है, मैं कर सकता. ये बहुत ज़रूरी है actually हमारे लिए अपने आप को industrialize करना. तो high potential industries है जिसमें IT है, and also the mining industry. I think there is a Balochistan के अंदर जो mining minerals हैं, fluorite है, chromite है, iron ores हैं. We need to help Chinese companies to set up their refineries in Balochistan. क्योंकि बलूचिस्तान बहुत sensitive area है हमारे लिए, वो हमारे भाई हैं, बहुत पीछे हैं वो. So we need to help them to set up those refineries there. And I think this is जो last point था वो ये था कि मेरा experience Chinese का ये था कि Chinese की जो small and medium enterprises हैं ना, they were more attractive in Africa. What we observe, Chinese companies relocation and they're setting up their businesses globally. The Chinese companies invested in economies like Pakistan were more in resource attraction, resources and markets. But very few Chinese companies came to countries like Pakistan to export, okay? So I think our advantage here for Chinese, we can start setting up those companies, especially जो mineral exploration है, क्योंकि हमारे कोई जो फ़र्क है वो तकरीबन 14-15 बिलियन डॉलर का है. We are exporting $2 billion, $3 billion to China, and हम importing करते हैं तकरीबन $20 billion की, 18-19 बिलियन, $20 billion की. So जो export हम कर रहे हैं वो बहुत रॉ मटेरियल टाइप कर रहे हैं. तो उस रॉ मटेरियल की जो इंडस्ट्रीज़ हैं, मिनरल की जो इंडस्ट्रीज़ हैं, जैसे फ्लोराइड हमारा बहुत जाता है वहाँ पे, तो फ्लोराइड की प्रोसेसिंग इंडस्ट्रीज़ जो हैं वो पाकिस्तान में लगनी चाहिए. हमें यहाँ पे वो प्रोड्यूस करना चाहिए. उससे वो गैस बनाते हैं. ये जो फ्लोरीन बनती है, उससे फ्लोरीन, ये जो एसी की गैसेस होती है, ये उससे प्रोड्यूस करते हैं. और बहुत सारी चीज़ों में, आयरन ओर में इस्तेमाल होती है, स्टील बनाने में उसको इस्तेमाल करते हैं. तो मेरा ये ख्याल है कि जो लार्ज एसओईज़ हैं, दे आर इंटरेस्टेड, उनको अट्रैक्ट करना चाहिए. जो लार्ज प्राइवेट बिजनेसेस हैं वो हमारे लिए अट्रैक्टिव हो सकते हैं. और धाबी जी के अंदर वो जो एक्सपोर्ट इंडस्ट्रीज़ हैं जिनको हम यूज़ कर सकते हैं एक्सपोर्ट बढ़ाने के अंदर, वो जो बहुत सारी चीज़ें वो OI वाला बनाई हुई है, मेरा ख्याल है बहुत अच्छी है. आई एम वेरी ग्रेटफुल टू the OI for the opportunity. I hope that they are not too unhappy with me. But thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for enlightening us. Ladies and gentlemen, our next guest speaker is CEO, Industrial and Commercial Bank of China, Karachi, and member of our distinguished Pakistan-China Business and Investment Forum, Mr. Chen Yuncheng. Mr. Chen Yuncheng, please join us on the stage to share your experience as a foreign investor in Pakistan, your journey, your future aspirations, and opportunities that you see for potential investors in Pakistan.
Use this pointer to forward the slides.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, respected entrepreneurs, my friends, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon. ICBC, your global partner, your reliable bank, I have the honor to take this opportunity to share with you how ICBC Pakistan promote and serve Pak-China investment under CPEC, and how to realize your business dream through this bank in Pakistan. Let me share my presentation. First, I would like to brief ICBC and ICBC Pakistan competitive edges. Maybe you have known that ICBC is a big bank in the world. I will tell you that that is not complete truth. ICBC is the world's leading financial institution. It takes the first place for 8 consecutive years among top 1,000 world bankers by the banks. It also took first place for 8 consecutive years among Global 2000 listed companies by Forbes. It takes the first place for 8 consecutive years among commercial bankers in Global Top 500 by Fortune. It also takes first place for 5 consecutive years among top 500 banking brands by Brand Finance. The detailed profile of ICBC is as following. The largest commercial bank in the world with 426 institutions in 49 countries and regions, among which 124 branches in 21 countries and regions along One Belt and One Road. Its total assets amount to $5.2 trillion and net profit amount to $50 billion as of 2020. The bank has 10 million corporate customers and 680 million individual customers in the world. Okay. How about ICPC Pakistan? ICPC Pakistan was established in May 2011 with its headquarters based in Karachi and sub-branches in Islamabad and Lahore. Its total assets amount to $3.3 billion and have been the largest foreign bank in Pakistan for 6 consecutive years. The bank has been focusing on customers and creating values through its service. And its core finance service provide to CPEC, bilateral investment, and Pak-China Trade Cooperation. It is the most experienced commercial bank to serve CPEC Phase 1 and the foreign investment and trade cooperation. ICPC Pakistan is one of the major financial institutions to actively support Pakistan's social, economic development and industrialization and agriculture modernization. Since its inception, the bank has been dedicated in facilitating investment and trade in Pakistan. The bank is a steering committee bank of PCBIF. On January 3, 2022, Pak-China Business Investment Forum was launched with the aim at enhancing information exchange and promoting business of the two countries and opening up a new avenue of high quality of CPEC Phase 2 cooperation. The bank has been dedicated in facilitating Pak-China cooperation and serving as the deputy chairman of APCEA since 2011. It is also a member of OICCI, which means Overseas Investors Chamber of Commerce and Industry. The bank's prospectus is CPEC, which means Chinese initiatives and Pakistani elements are collected. How can this bank accomplish its goal? Let's look at its competitive edges. The first edge is rich experience. The bank is familiar with macroeconomic and industrial policies, fully grasp the laws, finance, regulatory, foreign exchange policies, and measures. And the bank has close cooperation with local regulators, business associations, and banking peers. It also is experienced in cross-border settlement and local settlement. It can provide comprehensive consulting services and has been dedicated to serving foreign investment enterprises. The second edge is fruitful cooperation. Among the 15 priority projects under CPEC, ICPC opens account for 12, provides finance for 7, and acts as engine bank or security trustee for 10. So we can say ICPC Pakistan is the most experienced commercial bank to serve CPEC, not only CPEC Phase 1, but also CPEC Phase 2. And we have been serving the largest number of Chinese enterprises in Pakistan. By now, the customer cluster has amounted to over 400 in Pakistan. The third edge is seamless service. The bank has been leveraging on ICPC Group's large number of clients with many industry clusters, acting as an important bridge and matchmaker for bilateral cooperation and providing high quality and comprehensive financial services. We can ensure every Chinese company has Chinese employee to dock and serve, and we can ensure every Pakistani company has a Pakistani employee to dock and serve. The fourth competitive edge is comprehensive products. We can provide account deposit international settlement, working capital loan, project loan, foreign exchange services, and engine business, and other financial services such as investment banking, global cash management, and e-banking, and so on. The next stage is extensive customer coverage and structure. The bank's customer profile has been extensively covered from Fortune Global 500, local well-known enterprises, to investor enterprises coming to Pakistan, to high-quality development of technically advanced small and medium-sized enterprises in Pakistan. So this is a glance of our typical customers. And the next stage is RMB business leading position. The bank is the first bank authorized by SPP to establish RMB clearing mechanism in Pakistan. And we provide RMB business package, including but not limited to RMB letter of credit, letter of guarantee, RMB LC discount, RMB import bill advance, RMB forward, and RMB loan. And we are the largest RMB market maker, contributing more than 70% share of RMB transaction in Pakistan. A good news is that the bank has got a license from SPP and PBOC as the first direct participant of CIPS, which means cross-border interbank payment service in South Asia. So in 2012, ICBC Pakistan operation go live the CIPS, the cross-border RMB clearing system, and became the first direct participant of CIPS in South Asia. As the most important host country of ICBC in South Asia, Pakistan RMB clearing capability will be efficiently improved, and the trade with China will be more convenient and higher efficient. And we can cite some successful cases in Pakistan. The first case is about here, Luba Industry Park. The park is one of the first industrial parks built by China in other countries. The construction industrial park started in 2001, and it was officially put into production in 2002. This industrial park occupies an area of 330,000 square meters. After nearly 20 years of expansion, here has been deeply rooted in Pakistan. ICBC Pakistan established relationship with here for more than 10 years, provided account management, international settlement, working capital loan, trade financing, project loan, guarantee business, etc. Here is convincingly the #1 brand in terms of market image, quality reputation in home appliance. The second case is about MGJW, which was established on December 2020. The main business of the company is to set up an operational plant for manufacturing, assembling of all kinds of MG automobiles. MGJW launched Pakistan in January 2021. ICBC Pakistan provided account management, international settlement, working trade financing to MG, help MGJW to speed up the market penetration. And the third case is about the Delhi JW glass manufacturing complex. The bank established partnership with Delhi JW for more than 3 years, provided complicated financial services to this company. And there are more cases for this bank to serve Chinese investors in Pakistan and local investors. ICBC can do much more in CPEC phase 2. Okay, let's move to part 2 to make a summary. Whatever kind of customer you are, ICBC is the best choice as your partner. For new coming Chinese investors, ICBC is the preferred financial partner. For foreign enterprises, ICBC is an all-round global partner. For Chinese enterprises in Pakistan, ICBC is a long-term, reliable financial partner. For Pakistani enterprises, ICBC is a trusted financial partner. For bilateral traders serving Pak China, ICBC is the best financial partner. ICBC, your global partner, your reliable bank, wish CPEC Industrial Cooperation B2B Investment Conference a great success. Thanks for your listening and supporting. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your experience. Ladies and gentlemen, may I now invite CEO Sino-Sindh Resources Private Limited, Mr. Lee Jigan, to deliver his address on Thar Coal Project, a success story of Government of Sindh, Pakistan.
PPT? Do you have a presentation? Yeah, I have. Yeah. Just give me a minute. Presentation.
Do you have it in your drive or something?
Yes. Or the ball?
Yeah. You can introduce yourself first.
Okay. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon. So I'm Lee Jigan from Sino-Sindh Resources, Shanghai Electric. It's very honored to have this opportunity to share the story of the development of Thar Block 1 Core Mine Project, Core Mine Power Project. Thar Block 1 Integrated Core Mine Power Plant Project is located in Thar Park District, Miti, Sindh Province. Shanghai Electric is a controlling shareholder of Thar Block 1. Thar Block 1 includes 2 units of 660 megawatt coal-fired power plant and an open-pit lignite mine with annual capacity of 7.8 million tons. The total investment is $2.9 billion. Thar Block 1 is the largest energy investment project under the priority list of CPEC. This picture is the Prime Minister from China and Pakistan jointly witnessed the signing of EPC agreement, and the President Xi Jinping and President of Pakistan witnessed the signing of the Integrated Project Cooperation Framework. And for the coal-fired power plant, the overall progress of power plant till now is 74%. The project investment is $1.8 billion. We use the most advanced technology, advanced supercritical technology, advanced tower boiler, turbine, and generator, or are manufactured by Shanghai Electric. With higher efficiency, lower core consumption and emission. There are currently 1,400 Chinese and 2,800 Pakistani employees working at project site. These some important milestones, signing of PPA and IA, signing of water use agreement, and the diligence team of leaders with it at Energy Department, Governor of Sindh. These some construction milestones, the groundbreaking of Unit 1 boiler, the chimney of Unit 1 completed, and the welding of heating surface, the balcony of Unit 1 steam turbine, capping of Unit 2 cooling tower, hosting of Unit 2 generator stator. And next, I will introduce the open pit lignite mine project. The overall progress of mine project till now is 76%. Project investment is $1.1 billion. We use single bucket truck mining technology, more than 150 square kilometer area. The annual capacity is 7.8 million ton. Our mine, Block 1, the mine project is Pakistani largest scale of open pit core mine under construction. There are 400 Chinese and 3,400 Pakistani work at the mining site. The mining project achieved financial close on December 2019. There's some mining engineering pictures at site. We also construct a 20 megawatt self-provide solar panel power station. It has already started operation. And on January 21st this year, we touched the first layer of the core. So TAR Block 1 also pay attention to corporation social responsibility. So our vision is to create our future together in TAR and to see a prosperous TAR rise and shine. Our target, the great good of community through provision basic necessities, educational assistance, health, and medical assistance. The total expenditure of CSR in the past 2 years is over $1 million. We sponsored the Color of TAR Festival. Vaccinated all the employees work at our project site. Donate gifts, food to local children and local villagers. We improved the living condition of local villagers. We established Chinese language training class in TAR. We got some CSR award for 2022. So for the future, after our TAR Block 1 reached COD, TAR Block 1 integrated core mining power project is capable of powering 4 million households in Pakistan with 1,320 megawatts of indigenous, affordable, and reliable electricity after COD of the project. Development of local ecosystem and availability of various jobs, which would greatly benefit the overall economic growth and the people's livelihood in TAR area. Large scale of utilization of indigenous coal would further bring down the cost of energy, save precious foreign exchange reserves, and greatly enhance energy security of Pakistan. Stimulate the relevant investment in cement, chemical unit, and coal-to-gas solution in TAR area. So our vision and to create our future together in TAR. Thank you. 谢谢.
Thank you, sir, for sharing such an inspiring story of the project. Ladies and gentlemen, I would now invite our last and honorable chief guest of the session, Minister Industries and Commerce, Mr. Jam Ikramullah Dharejo, to deliver his keynote address on development approach of Government of Sindh, investment vision and public-private partnership initiatives, and also to conclude this session.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. On behalf of Government of Sindh, I have the honor to be here with you for exploring the opportunities jointly to make our country prosperous and to make Sindh more competitive and contributing province. I am grateful to Federal Board of Investment for organizing this productive industrial cooperation conference at Karachi, which could be very useful for B2B joint ventures between our and international enterprises. Government of Sindh believes in business beyond borders, and that's why we effectively and efficiently participate in CPEC initiatives. Before going to brief about the development approach of Government of Sindh, this government assures for smooth platform of investment opportunities, incentives, social sector investments, technical and loan assistance, and ease of doing business for generating the smooth environment of local and foreign direct investment. We all have experienced and discovered the province has potential of high growth and high performance. I am privileged to recognize the business community of this province as promising community by joining hand and standing shoulder by shoulder with the government to take the path of progress and prosperity. As today's world is moving ahead by finding and developing modern approaches of infrastructural and institutional development, Government of Sindh has taken advanced steps to provide solution and opportunities avenues. I would present before you some promises fulfilled by the Government of Sindh. And first of all is the energy. To fulfill the residential, commercial, and industrial energy requirement, the wind, solar, and coal energies are utilized for the production. The wind corridors are being utilized by public and private, Hydro China, Shanghai Power, China Group, Fieldco GE, Siemens, Goldwind are the international companies who have invested in energy generation. The investors are invited in this sector, particularly KT Bandar Power Project is ready to start. Ladies and gentlemen, more than 25,900 kilometer road network is spread all over in province, which accommodates the farm to market, freight and passengers transportation traffic. This road network has increased the job markets, agri-fields, tourism, and travel activities. The successful public-private partnership projects on roads like Hyderabad-Mirpur Khas dual carriageway, Mullah Katiyar Bridgeway, and others have supplied great benefits to community and investors. Government of Sindh is establishing special economic zones like Dabeji, Khairpur. All these sectors are warmly welcome to establish the business units and benefits of incentives prescribed by as SEZ Act 2012. The Sindh industrial trade estates are also established to strengthen the industrial base of Sindh. There are 9 site estates developed to boost the urban and rural economy in Sindh. There are around 19,300 small, medium, mega industrials all over the Sindh working on services, logistics, manufacturing, industrial machinery, electronics machinery, paper, toys and sports material, textile, leather, footwear, furniture, glass and glassware, pharma, warehousing, construction. Institutional development for facilitation of promotion of businesses, joint venture, and foreign direct investment, Government of Sindh has established Investment Department, Third Coal and Energy Board, Sindh Transport and Mass Transit Authority, Sindh Transmission and Dispatch Company, Sindh Tourism and Development Company, Sindh Special Economic Zones Management Company, Sindh Enterprises Development Fund, and Public-Private Partnership Unit. These units work efficiently and strive for creating ease in business and supporting legal framework. One of the examples of such struggle is successful 25 interventions of easy governing automatic applications in 9 departments of Government of Sindh. The journey of development is moving, and it could not be possible without introducing the modern modes of knowledge economy. Government of Sindh firmly believes in equipped, educated, energized labor and farmer in Sindh. Under the public-private partnership mission, the government has launched the education programs. The technical, formal, and non-educational programs under the public-private partnership modes are floated. The international community is welcomed from core of heart for establishing institutions which could enhance the capacity of existing labor market and inculcate high-tech knowledge to young human resource of Sindh. The Education City project by Government of Sindh provides spaces particularly for innovative and applied science and technology institutions. Taking the opportunity of this forum, the development could be possible with the support of local and international investment community. We must hold our hands very tightly and support each other. We have to protect the rights of next generation. We have to understand the payback of development of coastal line of Sindh. We have to explore urban and rural strong clusters of investment jointly. We have to join each other for indulgence into global markets to increase the export and reserves. This is one of the forums which can uplift the socio-economic conditions. This is a forum which has capacity to bring the country on advanced path. Last but not least, I guarantee the international investment community that enterprises in Pakistan have great potential to compete in international markets and contribute in global value chain, and CPEC project would definitely be the venue of adoption of modern methods and smooth entry of Pakistani enterprises around the globe. I am once again grateful to our on-site and online Chinese, locals, and friends from other countries to be with us. This conference will surely pave the way of strong relations between enterprises of China and Pakistan. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for enlightening us. Dear delegates, we are thankful to our honorable guests for taking out time today. May I now request Minister of State and Chairman Board of Investment, Mr. Asfar Ehsan, and Secretary Board of Investment, Ms. Farina Mazhar, to please come on stage for the distribution of souvenirs to our esteemed guests of this session. Firstly, I request Mr. Bilal Ahmed Payman, Secretary, Investment Department, Government of Sindh, to please receive the shield from Secretary, Board of Investment, Ms. Farina Mazhar, as a token of gratitude for attending today's event. May I now request Dr. Nasir Afghan from China Study Center, Institute of Business Administration, to receive the shield from Secretary, Board of Investment. May I now request Mr. Chen, CEO, Industrial and Commercial Bank of China, and PCBIF member, to please receive the shield from Chairman, Board of Investment. May I now request CEO, Sino-Sindh Resources Private Limited, Mr. Lee Ji-Gun, to please receive the shield from Chairman, Board of Investment. Now, in the end, we would request our Honorable Chief Guest, Minister, Industries and Commerce, Mr. Jam Ikramullah Dharejo, to please receive the shield from Chairman, Board of Investment, Mr. Asfar Ehsan, as a token of gratitude for attending today's event. Now I would request the delegates to join together for the group photo. Ladies and gentlemen, with this we come to the end of our first session. We will now have a lunch and prayer break of 30 minutes. After the break, we will begin the all-important sectoral B2B sessions. You are all requested to move to your respected boardrooms after the lunch as displayed on the screen. Thank you and happy savory.